Swarna Bharat Parivar, after setting many records in the world, achieved another milestone in the process of creating new dimensions. Swarna Bharat Parivar, after setting many records in the world, achieved another milestone in the process of creating new dimensions. Took another commendable step in the service of the society, which is not only making the future of the people, but also making their dreams come true. The purpose of Swarna Bharat Parivar is to fulfill the dreams of such people who have never got any stage in life. Swarna Bharat Parivar fulfills their dreams by helping such people to reach their goals of life. Swarna Bharat family created another record in Jaipur, a city called Pink City, 280 kilometers away from the country's capital Delhi. On the soil of Rajasthan, the Swarna Bharat family honored more than 200 people in different fields. Through International Internship University, Swarna Bharat Parivar has given standard titles to 56 people for their special works. To commemorate the birthday of Ma Roshni Lal Ji, which is celebrated on 8th August, scholarship of ₹1 lakh was given to 21 students in the convocation event held on 28th July 2021 under Ma Roshni Lal International Scholarship Scheme. These scholarships plays a very crucial role in boosting the morale of students and fuels them up to learn more.
आज का प्रोग्राम बेसिकली 3 चीज़ों पे निर्भर है। ज़रूरतमंदों को एजुकेशन कैसे दी जाए, एजुकेशन कैसे दिया जाए। वर्चुअल एजुकेशन सिस्टम आप लोगों ने नोटिस किया होगा, देखा होगा कि कोविड की महामारी कुछ नए अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ लेके आई हुई है, उसमें से वर्चुअल एजुकेशन है। तो वर्चुअल एजुकेशन का कॉन्सेप्ट हम लोग लेकर आए हैं, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर लेकर आए हैं और 195 कंट्रीज़ में रन कर रहे हैं। भारत देश का एक को फाउंडर है, जैसे कि आप लोग मुझसे मुखातिब हैं पहले से ही, कि पीयूष पंडित को फाउंडर की गिनती में आते हैं आपके IIU यूनिवर्सिटी के। और ऐसे ही ऑस्ट्रेलिया के हमारे को फाउंडर्स हैं, वहाँ से काम कर रहे हैं। काम करते करते पता नहीं चल रहा है कि ये कितनी तेज़ी से विकसित हो रहा है। इसमें कोविड का कुछ लोगों का हाथ मानना है ऐसा, लेकिन मैं इस बात से इत्तेफाक नहीं रखता हूँ। कोविड होने के बाद भी वर्चुअल एजुकेशन सिस्टम बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से चलेगा। इसके पीछे एक सीधी सी वजह है कि व्हाटएवर यू वांट टू लर्न टुडे, आप तुरंत पा सकते हैं उसको एक क्लिक पे। ये एजुकेशन का जो सिस्टम है कि आपको कहीं जाके एडमिशन लेना, फिर आपको उसकी डिग्री मिलना, ख़त्म हो गया है। मैसिव ऑनलाइन कोर्सेज एक ऐसा कॉन्सेप्ट है, मूक टेक्नोलॉजी, जिसके माध्यम से आप इंटायर वर्ल्ड की किसी भी एजुकेशन सिस्टम को फॉलो कर सकते हैं। चाहे आप कैम्ब्रिज से आप कोई कोर्स कर सकते हैं, चाहे ऑक्सफोर्ड से कर सकते हैं, या IIU से कर सकते हैं। आपको पता होना चाहिए कि देश में मैसिव ऑनलाइन कोर्सेज पे करीब हमारे पास 4 से 5 ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म हैं जो वर्ल्ड वाइड फेमस हैं। आपने कोर्सेरा का नाम सुना होगा। तो कोर्सेरा एक ऐसा कॉन्सेप्ट है कि जिसके थ्रू आप कोई भी कोर्सेज कर सकते हो। IIU के माध्यम से फ़ायदा ये होता है आपको कि आप रियल टाइम एजुकेशन लेते हो। एक प्रोफेसर उधर से अपनी वीडियो अपलोड करता है और आपके पास पहुंचती है। आने वाले भविष्य में प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ भी पूछेंगे कि आप इतना फ्री एजुकेशन सिस्टम को कैसे प्रमोट कर सकते हो। तो अभी आप ये समझें कि एक्सेसिबल करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, सभी सरकारों से बात चल रही है कि हम एजुकेशन में जैसे अभी सारे कोर्सेज हमारे मूक टेक्नोलॉजी पे लॉन्च है। मूक इज़ लाइक दैट कि सर्टिफिकेट कोर्स, एसटीजी लेवल पे कोर्सेज, और डिग्रीज़ के लिए हमें क्या है हर एक कंट्रीज़ की जो ऑथोराइज सिस्टम होता है एजुकेशन का, जैसे भारत की बात की जाए तो यूजीसी आपने सुना होगा, यूजीसी मान्यता देती है यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को। तो अभी हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी यूजीसी मान्यता प्राप्त यूनिवर्सिटीज़ से टाई अप करती है कि हम आपके यहाँ की एजुकेशन को वर्चुअली प्रोवाइड करेंगे दूसरे को। आने वाले समय में हमारा प्रयास ये है, आप ग्रेजुएशन करना चाहते हैं, आप पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन करना चाहते हैं, या किसी भी यूनिवर्सिटी से रिकॉग्नाइज्ड आप डिग्री लेना चाहते हैं, तो वो डिग्री इंटरनेशनल इंटर्नशिप यूनिवर्सिटी की ही वैलिड होगी। ये हमारा प्रयास चल रहा है। लेकिन दो कॉन्सेप्ट हैं विश्व में पढ़ाई के, एक प्राइवेट सेक्टर और एक गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर। आपको पता होना चाहिए कि अगर आप यूजीसी रिकॉग्नाइज्ड यूनिवर्सिटी से नहीं पढ़े हैं तो ऐसा नहीं है कि आपकी अपॉर्चुनिटी ख़त्म हो जाती है। विश्व का एजुकेशन सिस्टम ऐसा है जहाँ पे कि आपको पता होगा कि 95% लोग प्राइवेट सेक्टर में काम करते हैं, और प्राइवेट सेक्टर में काम करने के लिए आपको यूजीसी रिकॉग्नाइज्ड या किसी अन्य ऐसी इंस्टीट्यूशन से, गवर्नमेंट लेवल से आपको कहीं मान्यता लेने की आवश्यकता नहीं होती है। वहाँ ज़रूरत होती है कि आपके अंदर टैलेंट क्या है। ऑक्सफोर्ड का बच्चा इंडिया का आईएएस का एग्ज़ाम नहीं दे सकता। हमारे इंडिया का पढ़ा हुआ लड़का कैम्ब्रिज में जाता है पढ़ने के लिए और ग्रेजुएशन करके यहाँ आता है तो वो आईएएस नहीं बन सकता। रीज़न क्योंकि यूजीसी मान्यता प्राप्त उसके पास डिग्री नहीं है, इंटरनेशनल वैलिड डिग्री है। लेकिन ये इसलिए आगे बढ़ती जा रही है प्राइवेट लेवल की यूनिवर्सिटीज़, क्योंकि 95% युवा, 95% विश्व के जो यूथ हैं जो नौकरी पाते हैं वो जो है प्राइवेट सेक्टर में जाते हैं, और 5% ही पूरे विश्व में सरकारी जॉब हैं। तो 5% के लिए इंटरनेशनली आप देखोगे हर गवर्नमेंट की कितनी ज़्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट है, बड़े बड़े इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, बड़ी बड़ी कंपनीज, बड़ी बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन खोल के रखते हैं। पर हमने क्या सिखाने की कोशिश करी है कि एजुकेशन सिस्टम को कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर से जोड़ दिया जाए, जिसे इंटर्नशिप बोला जाता है। हम चाहते हैं कि स्टूडेंट पहले दिन एडमिशन ले और उसी दिन से वो जॉब पकड़ ले। जॉब का मतलब इंटर्नशिप शुरू कर दे। वो जो उसको पढ़ाया जा रहा है वर्चुअली, वही चीज़ें वो प्रैक्टिकली जो है ऑनलाइन सारी चीज़ें सीखना शुरू करता है। 99% अच्छी कंपनी जो है पेड इंटर्नशिप प्रोवाइड करती हैं। अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 10,000 रुपये से लेके 50,000 रुपये तक को मंथली उस बच्चे को देती हैं जो उनके यहाँ इंटर्नशिप करते हैं। हमारे टाइप्स हैं हज़ारों कंपनियों के साथ में, वो ऑफ़र करती हैं। हमारे एडमिशन होता है, बच्चों को फ्री एजुकेशन देना बहुत आसान है। नियत होनी चाहिए किसी भी यूनिवर्सिटी की। चैलेंजिंग है, बहुत ज़्यादा चैलेंजिंग है ये काम, लेकिन आने वाले भविष्य में ये हम करके दिखाएंगे। जिस तरीके से 1,000-2,000 स्टूडेंट एक दिन में हमारे यहाँ नॉमिनेशन ले रहे हैं, और आज आप प्रगति देख रहे हैं कि रिसर्च पेपर हमने लॉन्च कर दिया। पहला रिसर्च पेपर है हमारे आईआईयू का, और आने वाले टाइम पे हर महीने एक रिसर्च पेपर लॉन्च करने का प्रयास होगा। अलग अलग देश के लोग, अलग अलग राज्य के लोग अपने जो थॉट्स हैं, अपने जो इनोवेटिव थॉट्स हैं, वो हमारे यहाँ पेटेंट कराने।
Hello everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure meeting you once again.
What is education? Books? Classes? Teachers? Schools? No. Education is not that. It's beyond this. Education is a term that we have grown up listening to since we were kids. Right from the beginning of childhood till this very moment, we have been surrounded by education and its need and importance. A luxury for the rich. A necessity for the bread earner. A dream for the underprivileged. An aspiration for the suppressed. A distant reality for the inaccessible. The primary objective of education is to impart knowledge. Education also has its fair share in building the thinking capacity of people's minds. Hence, education supplies people with knowledge and facts and also encourages them to integrate that acquired knowledge into practical and professional lives via necessary training. Education thus also plays a primary role in supporting the economic, social and cultural sector of a country. It's a way to change the future today. The current education system can make people easy to lead, but difficult to drive, is either all academic, all physical, all virtual or all costly. Also, it makes easy to govern, but impossible to enslave. We cannot win over the future by sabotaging our present with extreme disparity. Iiu takes great pride in saying that we're bridging the gaps in education system. We're not just academicians, but also practically oriented. We're not just limited to virtual classes, but also physical exposure. We do not dig a hole in the pockets of the students and their families. We're everything that traditional education hasn't been. Iiu has already implemented and promoting the MOOCs technology. When we talk about MOOCs technology, it stands for Massive, Open, Online Courses. The word massive is to be understood in the sense that 100,000 learners or more at the same time have open and equal opportunities to attend these courses. MOOCs are truly a tremendous technological leap, and what makes them so attractive is that they don't imply any cost to learners. Iiu has tied up with more than 100 universities to provide more than 10,000 courses to the students, free of cost, with the help of MOOCs technology. We're a revolution in the making, a wind of change. Education is much more charming and intriguing than the temptations of distractions unnecessary. Our education policymakers must look into the problem to make a better system, which is more practical and provides hands-on learning to the students. Who are we? The International Internship University is a virtual university with state-of-the-art curriculum, real-life industry exposure, amazing student attention, learning-oriented resources, and most of all, a commitment to make the world a better place. Why do we exist? We exist to fulfill the necessity of the bread earner. We exist to help underprivileged achieve their dreams. We exist to fuel aspirations and accessibility. We exist to provide everyone the luxury of being capable of changing the world. We really do exist to ignite young minds and make them the torchbearers of tomorrow. For a better future. For the legacy of everyone who's left us. For the hope of everyone who's yet to come, and for the growth of everyone who walks this beautiful planet. We invite you to join our world-class educational team and platform with an altruistic dedication to creating the future. The change is so big that it would potentially impact millions across the world. Millions of children and youth around the world cannot wait any longer. Please join us in our effort to create the virtual learning generation of Iiu. Welcome to our world, a new tomorrow.
So do we begin? Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good evening. All right. So I think this is the cue for me to start. Hello, hola, konnichiwa, mabuhay, salam, and namaste. To our honorable, gracious, excellencies, dignitaries, speakers, colleagues, and friends. Welcome to Iiu-Isdgc Conference 2021, organized by International Internship University. Well, Arjun, I will be your moderator for the evening. I am an academician, a psychotherapist, a communication coach, an international speaker, columnist, author, founder and CEO of Chilparco International. I am a personality as well, radio and television anchoring is what I do. And most of all, and most important is I'm a lifelong learner. So I am here to listen to all your views today. And I can see so many familiar faces, and I am so honored actually to be here moderating the show this evening. So now let us begin the proceedings by invoking the blessings of Lord Ganesha. Let's pray for a successful event and a very happy, healthy, and prosperous future for everyone all over the globe. Dear team, may we have the video, please?
तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती सरस्वती भगवती
All right. That was indeed very divine. You could feel it in the soul, you know. It touched the heart. It was soul stirring, to say the least. Very divine. Well, now let's move forward. I would like to call upon the virtual stage one of the important board members of International Internship University, the very charismatic Dr. Satnam. She is the Vice President, Council of International Chambers of Commerce, Director and Board of Director of Asia Africa Development Council, Head of Foreign Affairs, Arab Union Sustainability Development, and Peace Advisory Board, Asian African Commerce and Industry, UK Chairman, International Human Rights Association, Diplomatic Ambassador for Kingdom of Atlantis into the United Kingdom, CEO, Iiu-Isdgc Group in UK, UAE, and India, Diplomatic Fellow, FIG, International Officer, Greens of Color, the Green Party UK, Vice President, Honorary Degrees Council, IIU, Country Head, United Kingdom, IIU, Shortlist Nominee, National Diversity Award she has received in UK. She's a woman of substance. Global Recognition Award she got in 2021 by Leaders Without Borders Development Council. She is a key humanitarian member of UN Women. She's a at UK, she's a Global Icon Award holder, Diplomatic Mission Peace and Prosperity Trust, a keynote speaker, a panelist, chief guest on 200 plus international forums, MDMUN, FDMUN, WPIMUN, Africana Women Working Group, at the UN First Ladies Shared Forum. My God, my tongue started rolling as I was reading out her impressive credentials. Amazing woman. So may we have on the virtual stage, Dr. Satnam.
Thank you, Alka. Thank you. Thanks a lot for that elaborate expression, please. I mean, yes, yeah, it is all nice to hear all that. But what I actually believe is out of doing things, what we've done in the past, they're gone. What matters is what is we doing right at this moment. You know, we all strive and we try to work for the betterment of humanity in whatever possible way we can. But I think the gist of the summary of the whole entire introduction is, what am I doing right now? And how can I actually help? And how can I make myself more and more productive and more useful and add more value? So thank you, IIU, for giving me this opportunity, for giving me this platform where I can come and work for these goals. They give us this, added benefits. They give us all the spices they add, all the mixtures they collected and everything on this platform to be able to function. So thank you, IIU. Today, on behalf of the entire IIU fraternity, our trustee, Mrs. Roshni Lal, our president and the COO, Dr. Piyush Pandit, our co-founders, Dr. I always call her doctor. She's not very happy when I say that. Miss Mona Anglia, Stephen Williams, and Jack Williams, Mr. Stephen, and our President Advisory, Dr. Pratima Mishra, and our Country Director, Prachi Gaur, and our Head of STD Development, Mrs. Kalyani Rao.
Dr. Satnam, I think you are inaudible suddenly.
Oh, sorry. My apologies for that. I was in the office. There's a lot of work going on here. My apologies for that. If you hear some background noises. So, yeah. And our head of STD department, Dr. Kalyani Rao, we're very grateful to, and also NADA, especially NADA, country director, Croatia, for putting this whole Sustainable Development Goals Summit together. Today, especially on the Goal 5, where we're trying to achieve gender equality and empower all the women and girls. Again, this is very close to our heart for two reasons. We've seen a lot of, even during COVID, we've seen what women have gone through because of the lockdowns. The ratio of abuse has actually gone beyond any limits. So why is that happening? Because of gender inequality. So gender inequality is not only a fundamental human right, but it is also a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. There's been progress over the last decades. Most girls are going to school, fewer girls are going to, are forced into early marriages, more women are serving in parliament and position of leadership, and laws are being reformed to advance gender equality. Despite these gains, many challenges remain still. Discriminatory laws of social norms remain persistent. Women continue to be underrepresented. So we still feel there is so much to do, especially, where I belong to a diplomatic fellowship holder with FIGHR, which is the Federation of International Human Rights in Gender. And working with these societies, working with these organizations, you feel there is so much that can be done. There is so much that still requires to be done in terms to parry, these gaps. So how do we do it? And I think what we believe is empowering women is the first thing that you need to empower women is to make sure they are given education. So that is why, like I said, this goal is again very close to our heart, because at IIU, we're striving to bring the ways, the methods, the forms that we can get nominal education, we can get the highest quality education available, accessible to every part of the world. So thank you, IIU, for being a platform that actually allows a lot of key members to join in and serve this mission collectively as a family. So thanks again. And thank you, all our eminent guests, all our speakers, all our moderators today, everyone. Thank you very much for making it a success for us. Thank you. Thank you. Back to you, Alkaji.
Thank you to you, Dr. Satnam. Whatever you said, definitely, I think all of us will rise. Just those lines by Dr. Maya Angelou came to my mind. Still I rise. Despite all hurdles, we are going to rise. If we're all together in this, we definitely will do it. Thank you so much for that wonderful power thoughts and introduction. And now I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome our SDG committee members, trustee of IIU, co-founders of IIU, and our highly experienced speakers, loving audience, and everyone present here on the virtual stage. So let me take the stage to introduce them all to you now. First of all, the SDG committee members, Piyush Pandit, co-founder and CEO of IIU, the very versatile and very ingenious young man. Then we have Ms. Roshni Lal, she's the trustee, IIU. Dr. Prachi Gaur, the country director and president, training and development, India. Then we have Nada Ratkovic, my friend from Croatia. Dr. Pratibha Mishra from India. Dr. Satnam, co-founder from UK. Then we have Rabia Bhatia, we have Snigdha Kadam from India, we have Ruchi from India. Now talking about the leadership team of IIU, we have Mona Angia, Indonesia, who's the co-founder, Dr. Satnam from United Kingdom, she's the co-founder, Vice Piyush Pandit, who's the co-founder, Chief Operating Officer from India. We have Mr. Jack William, co-founder and director, Humanity Affairs, Paris, France. We have Nadal Nabil, co-founder, Northeast Africa. We have Stephen Wee from Australia, and he is the co-founder. Along with this, I would like to introduce to you the members from the President's Council. We have Ms. Pratibha Mishra. She's the President, International Advisory Council of IIU. We have Dr. Satnam, Vice President, Honorary Degrees Council from the United Kingdom. We have Piyush Pandit, co-founder, India, and Mr. Jack William, co-founder, Paris, France. Coming to the Advisory Council, we have Mrs. Roshni Lal, the lifetime trustee of SBP Gopal Global, social activist, and a member of the Australian Medical Board. We have with us Dr. Parin Somani, independent academic scholar from the United Kingdom. We have with us Dr. Shali Mukherjee, Director of Education and Dean, Students Affairs at Damas University, India. We have with us Pratibha Mishra, President, International Advisory Council. Indrajit Ghosh, Social Studies teacher from India. Arup K. Mukhopadhyay, he is the UNACO Group of Schools in Imphal, India. Dr. Vijay Kumar S. Shah, Country Head Advisory Board, IIU, India. And Dr. T.P. Shashi Kumar from India. Ladies and gentlemen, they say that life is an unending, miraculous journey of learning. And we can never have enough of learning. Every day, every moment, every minute, we are learning. So I would like to ask all of you, how exactly are you feeling at this moment? Are you all ready you all set to learn, to share, to deliberate, to connect, to communicate, and to grow and evolve together? I'm sure you are. I'm very excited, and I'm sure all of you present over here, I see about 50 people here, and I'm sure each and every one of you is very excited. I would like to talk a bit about the International Internship University, which is building a better and brighter future for all young learners and committed to provide better and virtual learning, education to all the young learners of the globe. IIU is metamorphosing the conventional educational system by cutting down the additional costs and providing access to more than 10,000 courses and internships to their e-learners across 195 countries and 6 continents throughout the year, with over 150 offices around the world. Wow. International Internship University is united in our commitment to provide exclusively free education to all the children and to the youth of this world under the Global Hub. IIU has been accredited and affiliated with the World Educational Organization, WEO, and collaborated with all the world's top universities and educational institutions through the platform of massive open online courses, which is MOOC, and you just saw that in the video. IIU is providing various certificates, diplomas, graduation, post-graduation diploma, post-graduation courses, and honorary doctorates. IIU has received many accreditations, I'm slipping, as per international standards for their innovation, for their vision, for their creative ideas, research, white papers publication, as well as national patents. Now talking about SDGs, I want to throw some light on this. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability for future generations to meet their own needs. Thus, IIU invites all interested stakeholders, interested innovative SDG leaders, schools, colleges, universities, organizations, government and non-government organizations for goal-wise deliverables. We are witnessing over the few days that the program is going on, we will be witnessing a plethora of ideas and knowledge delivered in 5 languages by 500 plus experienced speakers, change makers, and will become part of this historic conference, showcasing the SDG goals aligned with the 5 pillars. Thus, IIU is doing a great job. And by the end, I'm very sure that all of us will have many new competencies and tactics that we can put into action right away. Well, one such conference, and indeed a boon to our society, and this is given by the collaborative efforts of the co-founders of IIU and the very charming and very ingenious mind of Mr. Piyush Pandit. Now, coming to the motive that we are all gathered here for, our keynote speakers who will be sharing their ideas, their views, their techniques, ventures, and much, much more. We will be discussing SDG 5, gender equality. Now, what is gender equality? When people of all genders have equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities, a gender equal society would be the one where the word gender does not exist and where everyone can be truly themselves. So with that, let's begin. And I am indeed very eager to hear the perspectives, thoughts, and deliberations on SDG 5, which is gender equality. So let me now introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, the very first speaker for this international conference. And the very first speaker is the lovely Dr. Shunila Joy Chauhan from India. She is a MA, a BEd, and a Doctor of Literature, Principal Orchids International School. She's a keen educationist who strongly very strongly advocates gender equality and standing against child abuse. A generation that needs to be groomed to become global citizens is important, as per what she thinks. And I think rightly so. She has won several awards. For example, the Shining Image of India, the Corona Warrior Award, Indian Achievers Awards, and not only that, she has been a speaker in several webinars and forums. Dr. Shunila Joy Chauhan, eagerly looking forward to hearing your views. May we have you on this virtual stage, and I would request everyone to give a virtual applause to the lovely Dr. Shunila. Yes, Dr. Shunila, are you there? Nada, can you please help me locate her?
I don't see, she's not here. For now, she's not here.
She's not there?
No.
Okay, then we will have our next speaker, and maybe we can come back to her. Will that be fine?
Yes.
Okay. So let me introduce to you our very next speaker. In fact, our first speaker for this international conference today, Her Excellency Professor, Dr. Ambassador, Queen Elizabeth Lucas. She's an entrepreneur, a global inspirational speaker, an award-winning author, transformational and youth mentor. She's a founder director at Yes You Can International. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency Professor Dr. Queen Elizabeth Lucas. Let's welcome her on this virtual stage.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're absolutely perfectly audible.
Okay. Thank you so much for your introduction. Thank you so much for inviting me to come and speak. I'm also part of the family anyway. I'm also a member of Iiu, and we're working together. I want to express my gratitude to all our leaders. I want to say well done for the great job you're doing, and also for this SDG that we've been doing for the past few days. I want to also express my gratitude to the organizers. Well done for a great job we're doing. And I believe because we have one purpose, because we have one voice, and because we have one goals. And that is it. We want to meet up the sustainable development goals. And that is why we are here. And I hope and I pray that after the talking, we'll be able to put them in action. So here before me today is about gender equality. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Lucas from the United Kingdom, the founder of Yes You Can International. And that is our goal as well, to empower us to mentor our youth and also to stand by together as a woman, as a man, as a young, as the children, so that we can stand together, walk together, and move together. So this morning, or this afternoon, I'm going to talk about gender equality. Gender equality is when people of all genders have equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities. Everyone is affected by gender inequality. Why? I mean, every one of us, both women, men, children, family, youth, we are all affected with this inequality. However, society that value women and men as equal are safer and heavier and healthier. Gender equality is our right and human rights. And as we are all created by one God, God of the universe, we all have equal rights. We have rights to do whatever we need to do. So women's rights, men's rights, children's rights, youth rights, everything is right because we are all human beings. So to mentor our children and the youth, we will continue to raise the awareness of this gender equality. It is time for us. That's why we need to meet their goals. Gone are those days when we operate in different ways. Let me use myself as a point of let me just quickly talk to you about my story quickly. Where I come from, yes, I live in United Kingdom, but I was originally from Nigeria. I know some of my brethren are here. In the olden days, they don't believe women should even be educated. I don't know the reason, but they have their own reasons. So because of that, the support for the women is really low during those days. But guess what? Things have changed now. And women are even on the key points. They are at the top. They are presidents, they are vice president, they are head of state, they are CEO. They have what it takes to be there and exercise their rights. And that's why we are pushing it forward. So like me as well, I have to make sure that I rise up, I study, I encourage myself and encourage every woman around me that we are not going to stay where we are. We need to move forward because we are human beings and we have the right to exercise. We have the right to exercise. So we need to empower, we need to teach the women and even men and even the youth, even our girls. We need to teach them, we need to empower them, we need to support them to take their place and to exercise their rights. The benefits of gender equality: it prevents violence against women and girls. Instead of abusing and harassing, instead of putting them down and also denying them of their rights, we can do better. We can add value to them through education and giving them the voice to express themselves and respect and honor them in the society. To empower women is to empower the world. To empower women is to empower the future generation, to empower our children. So it is right that we need to continue to empower women and also to work together with men, because men are not going to be working alone. Just as the God of the universe has already said it, that a man is not meant to be alone. So we want to work together. Let me quickly use this analogy. Yes, men can claim that they are the head. Well, they are still the head according to the scripture. But we are the supporters, so we work together. Let me put it this way. I have head and I have neck. Have you seen a place where neck and head are separated? No way, because two of them work together. And that is how the world needs to see it. That is the way we need to see it. And that is the way we need to operate on it. The men and women come together on the table and we can solve the problem of the world. To empower women is to empower our children and also to work and to increase and to be sustainable in our development in the world. To empower women is to educate them. To empower our girls is to learn, is to train them properly, mentor them, and support them. To support the men is to empower the women. Women are the best emotional and moral supporters. So if you don't empower us, we won't be able to take our place to support you. So men and women are created together to work together. So let me get on to say, there's no a woman's liberation. Let me just correct that. Because we are trying to know our rights doesn't mean we want to take the place of the men. We have our purpose. We know who we are, and we continue to know who we are. So men also will know who they are and their purpose. Every one of us has a purpose on earth, and we are to operate according to our purpose on earth. Men cannot be alone in this world. Women also cannot be alone. So we work together, we collaborate together to make it a better place. So it is very important that we are not here to say our men are nothing else. but we are here to take our place as a woman. Men are very, very powerful. And so also women are powerful as well. It just depends on where we are, where our strength is and where our weaknesses is. Until we understand that, we will continue to be threats to one another. And we continue to abuse, because what you don't celebrate, you abuse. So if you don't celebrate, and if you don't understand women, and you don't understand these girls, these little ones, you don't understand their purpose, you don't understand their future, you don't understand how they are, then you will abuse them. And that is why the abuse is coming from, the violence, because they always think women are weak, but we are not weak. We are just sensible. We are just sensitive. We are not weak at all, because we know where we are going. Yes, men can be logical, but we are a thinker. We think a lot with our emotions. Men can say yes is yes, no is no. But women, they would like to think first before they say yes. And we need both men and women in the society. So it is very important that we understand that. Let me also express, because I'm an advocate of women, I'm an African woman of universe, and I am standing here to say that we have a lot to do to empower ourselves. No one will empower us, but they will support us. So until we start realizing that you have to work it yourself, you have to develop yourself. They are there to support us, but not to empower us. We have the greatness in us. We have the power in us. We have the gift in us, and we have what it takes to do what we need to do. Role of a woman in a society economic development, as we are talking about sustainable development, caretaker, emotional support, relationship and moral value support, farmers, food producers, educators, entrepreneurs, contribute to the stability process and long-term development of a nation. That's women. Preventing child health and nutritional. We are the first teacher. We are the first to cook for our children and our husband. Yes, but everything starts from home. They always say something, charity starts from home. Yes, but that is not the end of the journey. That is just the beginning of the journey for women. So we need to understand that we have a lot. We are packaged to come to the world to deliver. So we need to understand that. We are not liberating, we are not competing with men. Men has their own way. They have their own role to play. They have their own, only if they understand themselves, only if they understand their purpose on earth. They take their place, we take our place as a woman. So we support their household. Women support the household. We manage. We are the manager of the house. We are the security of the house. We are the one providing emotional when our husband is down. Who is there? The women. So that is why we need to be empowered so that we can support the men. We are all doing our own part separately, but we all have to come together and work together. We also had the community by providing food production and nutrition and security. We create income, even though some of us might not be working the way we're supposed to work, but we still create incomes. How? Because we are creative. We are creative. We are industrious. We can find something in the house to do to create wealth. Yes. So it's not about just raising kids alone that we are called to do. So we can do that. And we can also still at the same time be the president of a nation, because there's nothing stopping us. Let me quickly drop it, that the skills we develop in the house, we use the same skills out there. We can use it to become the president of a nation. We can use it to become the wealthiest person in the world. We can also use it to be the most successful entrepreneur out there. It's still the same skills. Women has got it. And if we can be given a chance, If only we can be given the voice to speak, then things will get better. We eradicate the poverty and the hunger. Yes, we are hardworking women, multi-skills, multi-task. We do all kinds of things. Say, for instance, from the food we cook, we cook different foods for our husband to choose and children to choose what they want. We are there, and the same skills, we can apply it out there. So that is why, to let you know that it is very important that we look and we continue to work on gender equality. It is very, very important. Let me also share these things with you. How do we empower women? Because I am an advocate of women, so that is what I'm talking. Yes, any other person can speak on men, and I can also talk to you about women and youth or children. I am there for them, and I can be their advocate, speak about them everywhere I go, because things have changed. We are no more in the same way we used to be when we were growing up. I'm still very little sweet 16 lady, but I can remember my parents, my grandparents, the way they've handled these things is different. Things have changed. I'm still very young. I just born yesterday, and I still have a lot to learn from you, to learn from myself, even from my mistakes. So we need to empower our women. How do we empower them? To empower women is to give them the tools. You can't say you want women to exercise their rights and you're not giving them the tools. You have to give them the tools they need. You have to let them know their rights. There are millions of women out there. CCTT is okay. Modern world is okay. Western world is okay. But what about our women in the rural area? How do we want to support them? They need education. I remember here in UK, they encourage us to go to school. I graduated at the age of 49, 50 because of the support given to us. But what about the rural area? Who is standing for them? Who is speaking on their behalf? Who is empowering them? We have young girls suffering. We have young women suffering. We have so many people being abused. Who is standing for them? That is our job. And that's why we are raising this awareness that it is time for us to rise. It is time for us to do what we can do, because you know what? We can do it. So we appreciate and embrace who they are. We embrace our differences. You cannot be me. You cannot be me. I cannot be you. We are all different. That is the make of God. And that one, you cannot bargain it. We are all different. There's no duplicate. There's no copying. I'm a master copy of Elizabeth Lucas. And I believe every one of us are the same. So that is why we need to embrace our differences and let us get on. Let us get on with what we're doing to protect our children and protect our women, protect our girls. The job is in between every one of us, because who you protected today will become a leader tomorrow. But if they are being abused, their confidence, they have low esteem. How can the person that has low esteem become a leader? It's not possible. How can they be a president or vice president of a country when you've already abused them? It's not possible. But if we embrace them, if we nurture them, if we celebrate our differences, and we stand together as a woman, and we stand together as ladies, and we stand together as men, and we work and support one another, then there will be no violence, there will be no abuse, and there will be no war. Because all these wars that is going all about is because of what we've put ourselves into. And I really want to appreciate the SDG. I mean, the goals of SDG. I want to appreciate it. And I just pray that not only just speaking it, not only just coming here to speak about it, let's take action. And we need to understand it better. And I believe that is why Iiu is setting up this conference, so that we can understand it better. Because what you understand is what you will implement. If you don't understand it, if you have all these big policy there, goals there, procedures there, and you don't understand, you cannot act on it. So we need to act on it, and we need to understand it. And I want to appreciate and praise IIU for putting this platform together for us to come together and share our views together and to understand it. I will not take much of your time. Let me just quickly go straight to the lower part of it, and then we'll finish up. Let me quickly add this wisdom. Some will fly, some will run, some will walk, and some will crawl. The most important thing is we walk, we move, we walk together, we progress together. We let past the past. The past will not hold us, but the future is ahead of us. So we live of the now so that we can empower ourselves. You know what they say? Any situation, if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. We're going to be stronger and wiser and better to take up the place for tomorrow. Because when there is life, there is still hope for tomorrow. Pandemic has done its worst, but we are still standing. And that's why we are talking like this. And that is why we are looking at the future that, yes, it can be brighter. And that is why we are preparing ourselves towards this goal so that we can get better, we can get stronger, we can make the world a better place to live. I still believe that there can be no war. I still believe that there can be peace. But when we talk, when we understand, when we implement what we are saying, then there will be peace. And then we can eradicate the law. I mean, we can eradicate the war and even the violence and even the abuse among our girls, among our women. So it is time for us. And I want to appreciate you all. So finally, Malcolm X said, and I quote, "Education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today." That is what IIU is preparing us now. And I want to praise the founder, the co-founder of this IIU, and even the organizers of this program. Thank you so much for laying it for us. So we empower. Empower is to educate ourselves. IIU is doing it. Education is to bring us, to give us the tools for tomorrow. IIU is doing that. Education is not only on the class base. We are learning online. We can learn everywhere. Learning is living. It's not only on class. Class is just a foundation of it. Get the knowledge, go out there, research more, and understand what you're being taught and implement it. So IIU is doing great things out there. And I'm 100% supporting IIU. So I want to say now, thank you very much for inviting me. Finally, women ask what it takes to progress in life. Become better person, achieve, succeed, fulfill. You have greatness in you to become, to achieve. And let me tell you something, no one is an island. A tree cannot be a forest. Togetherness, we stand. Together, men, women, youth, children, we work together. We also learn from the children because in their own pure heart, they create, they express themselves in singing, dancing, acting, drawing. Draw close to them, you will learn at least a simple wisdom from them. So we are all together, and togetherness, we will do it. Togetherness, we will meet the goals, and togetherness, we will stand. Yes, we can, and yes, you can. Thank you very much. Dr. Elizabeth Lucas from the United Kingdom. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for this later time that I've expressed with you. And I'm here to stand and to sit and relax, to learn from others. I am grateful. Thank you.
Wow, Her Excellency, that was marvelous. So impressive, so impactful. And yes, you just came, you conquered, and you stole everyone's heart away. And the fact that you talked about being a voice, being unstoppable, not competing, but doing things together, because yes, we can. And I think such powerful words are definitely going to go a long way, in taking us towards our goal. And you mentioned purpose. I think that was very valid. We all need to have that purpose if we need to go towards our goals in life. And yes, we can, because we are a voice and we will rise, like Queen Elizabeth said. Thank you so much, Queen. That was fantastic, fantastic. Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, after that impactful and impressive, sharing of thoughts by our very dearest Queen, Honorable Queen Elizabeth, I now move on to our next speaker, who is a PhD in stress management, Assistant Professor, DSNMITD, University of Mumbai. And I've seen her smiling throughout, and I think she's got a wonderful smile, a winsome smile, and I can still see her smiling. She is a recipient of the Best Emotional Intelligence Consultant Award 2020 by AIM Excellence. She also was conferred with the Icon Award 2019 by KGDB Committee for her enriching work in the field of emotional intelligence, personality enhancement, stress management, and leadership development. She's also conferred with an award for outstanding teaching and research excellence. Wow, you seem very young and you've got so many awards, and from leading group of journals in the year 2019. So Dr. Kasturi R. Nayak from India, she conducts a lot of training programs for the corporates, for NGOs, for banks, and for the educational institution. There she is. A big warm welcome to you, and I love your smile because I've been seeing it throughout.
Thank you. Thank you, Alka, for that wonderful introduction. And, thank you, the excellence, Elizabeth, who gave us a wonderful start. It motivated me and it inspired me to talk about whatever were my points. So thanks a lot on that. So let me start. The Sustainable Development Goals. What are these? These are the goals which are set by United Nations in 2015. And these goals are nothing but a universal call for action, so that as a global community, we all can come together and we can end poverty. We can, talk about peace and prosperity and bring it in action and show it in statistics also. And another main part was, protecting the entire planet by 2030. So this particular goal, when I was just researching on this, I came to know that there are around 9 targets which are set and 14 metrics to measure these goals. Like 9 targets are the goals and there are 14 metrics to measure the goal. The main intention is very clear. The intention is providing a space of equal opportunity for women and girls so that they have a space in healthcare, in education, also a space for decent work, a say or a voice, like the previous speaker who started mentioned, a voice at a political, economical platform where they are not only a part like a furniture, but they are also a part in decision making. That is what is required. Their participation is required at this particular level. But if we see the genuine statistics given by the reports of SDG in 2021, the statistics are not that good. They are very grave. Just to name few statistics, the representation of females in the national parliament is around 25.6%. It's not that good. In local government, it is 36.3%, and in managerial positions, it is 28.2%. Also, the Queen Elizabeth, she also mentioned that 1 in 3 women is suffering from physical and sexual abuse. And that's a very, bad number. We need to actually, as thought leaders, as educators, as researchers, as, academicians, we need to think, not only think, but we need to act on this. Also, up to 10 million girls in the near, decade, they are in the danger because of the COVID conditions to suffer from child, marriage. They're at the risk of child marriage. So, I just want to say that MDG 3, the Millennial Development Goal, which was set up in United Nations in 2000, that is, which is talking, the MDG 3, which is talking about promoting gender equality and empowering movement, that is aligned with the SDG 5. But still we are, still the things are in process. So what is it that is stopping us? I'll just conclude with this. So Amartya Sen, who is a father of human development, he has quoted H.G. Wells, who is an author. He's a well-known author. Amartya Sen has quoted H.G. Wells saying that human history is going to be a race between education and catastrophe. Okay, so suppose, Sen further explains, Amartya Sen further explains that, suppose if we do not consider this, that majority of our global community, if it is not coming under the orbit of education, then we are in grave danger as a society, not only because we are going to be an unjust society, but because also, even if we meet the SDG goal and in percentages, even if we give equal representation, what about the discipline and value-based skill education? If that is not there, then representation will be useless. Like, just imagine a river. I'll give a metaphor of river as I conclude, or a beach. Okay, a river which does not have a bank, and the river is free flowing, but there are no banks there. Such kind of river can lead to floods and it can be destructive. But if the river is having banks, this bank is the discipline, the banks of the river, the boundaries of the river is, as a human being, our discipline, our skill-based education, which also be on the basis of values. If there are no values, the skills are useless. So a combination of both. And I suppose the IIU University is, contributing towards that. And as an educator, we need to contribute towards that. Otherwise, equal opportunity can lead to chaos if there is no discipline and if there is no, skill-based, value-based education. Or a beach where the water is coming up to a particular level, we enjoy such a beach. But if the water goes beyond that level, it can lead to tsunami. So that is the conclusion which I would like to give. As stated by Amartya Sen, the father of human development, that equal opportunity is essential, freedom is essential to both the genders or even transgenders. It is not only about women or girls, it is about male, it is about female, it is about the transgenders also. So, but this needs to be supported with discipline. This needs to be supported with skill-based education. Without that, and this goal, sustainable SDG 5 is interconnected with all the other goals, be it climate, be it regarding global warming, be it regarding water pollution, be it regarding quality education. Everything comes back to schooling and comes back to upbringing and comes back to discipline and value-based education, which is supported by skills. So thanks a lot for this opportunity to the organizers, and thank you to Rabia because she introduced me to this particular forum, and it's wonderful seeing everybody and interacting with everybody and looking ahead to listen to other speakers. I will stop here. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I'll conclude here.
Thank you so much. With that smile and those power words that just you shared with us, especially the data that you shared, I think that's dismal and we really need to do something about it. Now that we're discussing it, let's not just discuss it. Let's actually put it into action and rise. Like you said, like our Honorable Queen Elizabeth said, I think we need to all rise, become aware, and get into action pronto. That's the need of the hour. Thank you so much. It was a delight listening to you and your thoughts. So now, thank you. Next, moving on, we have a woman who believes strongly in good vibes, good vibes. She is Miss Verleen Kaur. She is a master's in English and personality development, a passionate and devoted youth personality development coach and trainer, founder, director of the Talk Room, international speaker and author. In fact, Miss Verleen's love for words and expression resulted in a book entitled Good Vibes Make Good Lives. This was published and launched on the 30th of August, 2020, a year back. So big congratulations. It's still very fresh. A recipient of awards, national and international. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on this virtual stage, Miss Swarleen Kaur.
Thank you so much, Anka ma'am. It's a pleasure to be here. Warm greetings to everyone, everywhere in the world. I think it's an honor for me to be here, and my felicitations for such a big event to IIU. Well, it was 4.5 billion years ago. World confined to the belief that humanity is an essence of a single family, with everyone descended from a single pair of original ancestors, Adam and Eve. Yes, Adam and Eve, according to the creation myth of the Abrahamic religions, were the first man and woman. After eating the fruit, getting bad, and becoming mortal, God blessed them to increase in number, population increased, and so did, yes, absolutely right, the gender discrimination, leading to new rules and different cultures, forcing people to follow these. Years rolled by, but the concept of gender discrimination, got it right, still continues. Gender equality, the condition of equivalent simple entry to the assets and openings, paying little mind to sex, including economic participation and decision making. The general public is either men or women, prevailing, however, not similarly predominant. Gender equality is the objective, while gender neutrality and gender equity are practices and perspectives that help in accomplishing the objective. The society is either men or women dominant, but not equally dominant. Gender parity, which is employed to live gender balance during a given situation, can aid in achieving gender equality, but isn't the goal in and of itself. Gender equality is quite equal representation. It's strongly tied to women's rights, and sometimes, or I must say often, or I must say always, requires policy changes. As of 2017 or 2018, the worldwide movement for gender equality has not incorporated the proposition of gender biases besides women and men or gender identities outside the gender binary. Gender inequality has been a social issue, yes, in our country too, for hundreds of years. Many parts of our country, the birth of a woman child isn't welcomed. Maybe a known fact to everyone. It's a known fact too that discrimination starts from even before the girl child is born, and sometimes she is killed as a fetus, and if she manages to ascertain the sunshine of the day, she's killed as an infant, which makes up the highly skewed child sex ratio somewhere for each 1,000 boys, 908 girls. So in such a scenario, what better to talk, to act, and to move on with gender equality as the major agenda. Men-centric standards have stamped women as mediocre compared to men. A woman child is taken into account as a burden and is usually not even allowed to ascertain the sunshine of the planet. And it's hard to imagine the state of affairs within the 21st century when women have proved to be strong leaders in every field possible. Maybe from wrestling to business, the planet has been revolutionized by exceptional women leaders in fields that were until recently completely dominated by men. But in spite of such progress, even today, the girl child is discriminated against in most households. Why? The question, the major question, the question mark that stands on our minds today. Why is it that the birth that is one way celebrated with great pomp and ardor, but the birth of a woman child received with dismay? Well, find your identity, your true self, and live your mission. Your power is your radical self. Find it. And we need gender equality urgently. So many people have spoken to this. Her Highness, after that man came, we've been known that it has to be like equal rights, responsibilities, opportunities. And everyone is affected by gender inequality. Women, men, true gender diverse people, children and families. People of all ages and backgrounds, we need gender equality urgently, which prevents violence against women and girls. And it is essential for economic prosperity. So according to the first SDG Gender Index released and recently, no country in the world is on the track to achieve that gender equality by the year 2030. Well, I'm not saying so. The stats do. The Sustainable Development Goals, almost 193 countries which signed up in 2015, creates a global roadmap to eradicate poverty, to eradicate number of problems from the planet. Let's talk about the gender index. 2030. Does it seem too far? Where 2.8 billion girls and women live in the countries that score with poor or very poor in the ranking? Well, our country to be the very lowest scores. What are the factors that are responsible for that gender inequality? Well, we can count them at hand. Preference for sons, role of cultural institutions, assumed role of women, pink collarization of jobs, discrimination of work. Let me take a breath. Think about it. The World Economic Forum estimates that it will take around 202 years to achieve the parity in the workplace measured in wages, seniority, and participation. Well, progress is hampered by entrenched social and cultural norms that perpetuate that discrimination against women, and by the pockets of active resistance to the gender equality that persists in not 1, 2, 3, 4 number of countries, communities, and families. And indeed, woven through the rise of the authoritarian nationalism in diverse countries around the world is a common fact. Indeed, woven through the, I must say, the effort that we are still plunging into, thinking to make a dive. Now, when we're talking about it, let's take that action. Let's come into the force. Let's work towards it. Let's join hands where we say not even a single country in this world has to face that inequality, has to face that biasness, because we are everywhere. We are celebrating our own selves. Then what are we waiting for? I am a woman. Phenomenally phenomenal woman, and that's me, as Maya Angelou said. And I take pride in saying that. And that's why I think I'm here. Thank you so much.
Wow. And you talked of phenomenal woman, and that's my favorite word too. That was awesome. You know, the fact you said that there has been a massive revolution in terms of women's roles, but that disparity in gender is still there, and it will take 202 years. I shudder to think about that, but I think if we speeden up the process, and like what you said, it is within us, you know, if we become strong and we all get together, I don't think there is any stopping us from making this world a beautiful place to live in. And as per, you know, the positive vibes that are being shared over here, I don't think that day is far when we'll achieve whatever it is that we want to achieve, because all of us now have a voice, and that voice is unstoppable. Thank you so much. It was lovely to hear you. Lovely. Thank you. All right, so now let's move on to our next speaker. Yes, I can see her in front of me, Miss Nindya Saket from India, a very charismatic leader. She is a MSc LLB B.Ed. She's the principal of Manav Rachna International School, Noida, a passionate leader who has received many awards from various reputed organizations like ASSO, CHAM, Education India, Brain Feed, lots more. She's in the field of education for the last 22 years. She left her corporate job to become a teacher, and then she completely enjoys being amongst the students. I think that is one thing which I enjoy too. More than an administrator, I think it's better to be with the children, interact with them, and learn from them. Not only that, she has worked as a principal at the international level as well in Indian schools. She's always available for communication with students and parents, as she believes that understanding at the individual level is crucial for any organization. I believe that too. Communication, very important. Look forward to hearing your thoughts on gender equality. Miss Nindya Saket from India.
Thank you so much. Namaskar, everybody. I'm Nindya Saket from India. And it was wonderful listening to each and every speaker today. And they all spoke out so well and they were speaking from their heart. So trust me, it was wonderful listening to Dr. Elizabeth, to Dr. Kasturi, and the other lady who was there, I think Swaleen Kaur, she was there. So it was wonderful listening to you all, and thus reiterating that gender equality is vital for any nation to progress with equity and equivalence. Being an educationist myself, I think we, in the education field, we are the empowered ones because we dominate the setup. We dominate the education setup. So that is one area where we are all very empowered. We have maximum women coming forward as teachers and taking up the role of teachers. So I purposely chose UN Sustainable Goal 5 as it is not just something that is very close to my heart, but it is also the need of the hour. The United Nations identifies the need to address the challenges to gender equality in India as well as worldwide. So it has laid out both access to quality education and gender equality in its list of 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I am an educationist. So for me, everything starts from the school. So what is gender equality? Gender equality is when people of all genders have equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities. But in case there is an inequality, then what happens? It affects everyone, be it men, be it women, be it transgenders, and even gender diverse people. It impacts people at large. On the other side, if everyone would treat everyone as equal, what a wonderful world it would be. There would be less violence against women, girls, transgenders, gender diverse people. We hear it every day on the news channels. But if we have equality, imagine the world would be just a beautiful place to live in. It's essential for any country to prosper economically also. And societies that value women, that value men, and gender diverse people as equals are much healthier and much safer. If we look at the larger picture, it is the right of every human being to be treated as equal. This is what we teach in schools. You know, we ensure that everybody gets equal opportunities. And if you come down to the school level, trust me, girls they excel far better than men do, than boys do. You know, girls are much ahead of the boys, not just in academics, in co-curricular activities as well. So we need to treat the women with equality, empower them, allow them to be part of decision making, and consider them important part of the society. We need to bring about a change in the societal norms. We need to bring about the change in the thought process of the people, and we can do it at the school levels. Trust me, we can be the change makers. I believe in that. And if we are able to break it down to the school level, we can do wonders. India is a country where probably in the urban areas, a lot has been achieved, but a lot has to be done in the rural areas. We need to work a lot because we have seen that there's a lot of dropout in the rural areas, in the government schools, because of the lack of sanitations in the schools. Another reason is when the girls they attain puberty, so a major dropout is seen over there. So the new education policy 2020 has come up recently, and this aims to ensure equity and inclusion by addressing all forms of exclusion and marginalization, disparity and inequality in education access, participation, retention and completion, and in the learning outcomes. So gender equality and inclusion are vital in achieving these aims and leaving no one behind. We know that education needs a greater focus on accessibility, equity, and quality. A lot of work is being done to uplift the women in India in rural areas also now. In fact, I would say that there's a remarkable sign of progress that has been noticed in the past few years in respect of female participation up to the secondary level. But when we come up to the upper secondary education, we see that again, there's a dropout. Majorly the boys are the ones who take up the college admissions, and very few girls from the rural areas come forward. Again, there's a dropout over there. So NEP's biggest effort, the new education policy's biggest effort, is to bring gender sensitivity as an integral part of curriculum, and gender inclusion fund is to be raised up to class 12, which covers all the socioeconomically disadvantaged groups and also the transgenders, as we talk of. So the condition of the primary education at government schools, the dropout rates of girls has put the country to the backstage in education. But the new NFP, we have a lot of hopes from it, and if it is implemented smoothly and in a proper manner, we are hopeful that the change that we are looking at will be attained by providing right kind of education to the girls, to the boys, and to the transgenders, and giving equal opportunity to everybody so that they go back home and they empower their family members, and the societal thought process that we're looking at is changed. So I personally feel that I, as an educationist, not just need to discuss and deliberate this issue over here, but I also need to work towards this and find a solution to eradicate the gender-biased societal stigmas and taboos. So as an educationist, I believe that this is my duty, and trust me, I'm working hard on it. But I pray to God, and I'm really hoping that very soon we all sitting out here will be able to achieve the gender equality that we are talking of today. So thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Wow, very well said. Especially you mentioned about the change in the societal norms, which can happen from the school levels. And very rightly said, the NEP that was introduced in India in 2020, I think has given a makeover to the entire educational system. And if it keeps on working at the way it has been imagined, envisioned, I think we will be able to change the face of society. It talks a lot about equity. It talks a lot about including, giving a lot of opportunities to everyone, irrespective of caste, color, creed, and any gender for that matter, all are equal. And I think change through education, as Her Excellency Queen Elizabeth also said, and you have reinforced it by saying that change through the education will become empowering and will definitely happen. Thank you so much. Wonderful thoughts, great deliberations, and enjoyed listening to you a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellencies, His Excellencies, dignitaries, honorables. Now let's move on to our next speaker. The next speaker is Dr. Vasavi Acharya. May I ask my friend Nada, is she there? Vasavi, I haven't been able to spot her.
Yes, she was here. Hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah, I'm there.
I see
Oh, there
her.
she is.
Yes,
Wow, wonderful,
yes.
wonderful, wonderful. All right, let me just tell you about her. Tell you about this lovely woman with lovely tresses. She is the founder chairperson, Early Child Development Forum, Tender Petals Preschools, Child Education and Development Research Center, Inner Foundation Private Limited. Wow. Dr. Vasavi is an early childhood educationist working in the domain for the last 22 years. And she's an edupreneur, a social rights activist, and a change maker. Brilliant. Her passion for working with children from the disadvantaged sections of the society encouraged her to launch the DNA Foundation for Children and Women in 2014, and subsequently Early Child Development Forum in 2018. Welcome, Dr. Vasavi. The virtual stage beckons you.
Thank you so much for introducing me, and I'm so glad to be here today and speak and listen to all the eminent speakers who've been speaking before me and giving such valuable inputs on how we can work towards gender equality. So, according to me, gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and a sustainable world. So before I dive into the topic, let us understand a few basic things. So biologically, if we say humans are divided into males and females, a male Homo sapien has a X and Y chromosome and a female has two X's. But man and woman is social, not a biological category. The cultural myths that are attached with man assign him particular roles like engaging in politics, driving a heavy vehicle, providing for the family, protecting them, and so forth. And similarly, a woman is assigned with feminine roles like raising children, taking care of her home and family, cook meals. These are the roles that come attached with every man and woman right from their birth. To make things less complicated, scholars usually distinguish between sex, which is biological category, like I already said, male and female, and gender, which is a cultural category, man and woman. So when we talk about gender equality, we refer to the cultural category and the rights and privileges that a gender enjoys in their day-to-day life. Now that we understand this division, let me present a few insights on how we may move forward to establish gender equality, which is a SDG Goal 5. We have seen that patriarchy has been a norm in almost the agricultural and industrial societies. The disparity between the two genders, in which one gender has been denied their basic rights like right to education, right to vote, right to live a life of peace and dignity, right to pursue one's profession since time immemorial, has created a huge gap that I guess will take us a decade to bridge, which already Swarleen has pointed out the number of years, which actually kind of scares us to think about it. If we look at the present scenario, if we look at what is happening at the world right now, we can also see ample examples of discrimination in varied forms that takes place inside the four walls of the houses, at workplace, in the street, acts that degrade humanity in all aspects. Well, I don't deny that men too have been subject to gender discrimination from time to time. And I quite believe that gender equality pertains to equal rights for both man and woman without bias and reserves. So that is actually gender equality in the true essence. However, if I sit back to analyze, I find no theory that have been able to state any concrete reason as to what makes woman a weaker sex. Can it be because women lack muscle power and therefore is somewhat lesser? Or is it because women are less aggressive, more compassionate? Or is it possible that we are less able than our counterparts? But generally speaking, women have more resistance to hunger, disease, live longer and healthier lives. If we look at muscle strength, we see in rural areas and in construction sites, women engage in manual labor. Women may lack aggression or the sense of innate competition, but are better in multitasking, management, and even planning. So women have performed better when given the platform and the scope. Therefore, there is no explanation so far that gives logical answer to this bias that is witnessed towards one gender. Women are in fact creators of humanity, which makes them immensely powerful. Despite of all of it, a large part of the world population continues to live with this discrimination, owing it to their gender. Whatever may be the underlying thought process, the truth is that gender bias is undermining our social fabric and devalues all of us. It is not just a human rights issue, it is a tremendous waste of world's human potential. By denying women equal rights, we deny half the population a chance to live life at its fullest. Political, economic, and social equality for women will benefit all the world's citizens. I believe that the status of girls and women in the social fabric has improved over the years with the efforts of organizations that promote and fight for women's rights, many individuals who have dedicated their lives towards this goal, policies of the government to empower girls and women in all walks of life. Today, we see women in the helm of organizations, multinational companies, in the military, politics, media, entertainment, and education industry as entrepreneurs, and at the same time, see them maintaining work-life balance that is expected out of them. But then there is still a long way to go. By that, I am referring to those countries that still want to hold back a huge pool of human resources from performing only because they belong to a particular gender. They are barred from enjoying the basic rights and many are exterminated even at the fetus stage. Virginia Woolf very rightly said, the history of man's opposition to women's emancipation is more interesting, perhaps, than the story of that emancipation itself. However, the wheels have started to turn, slowly forging the way ahead towards gender equity. I'm strongly of the opinion that formal education, equal job opportunities, reduced pay gaps, liberty in the home front, respect, love, empathy, financial independence would enable us to inch our way forward to the SDG 5. However, I also feel that without proper awareness, emotional empowerment, hand-holding, with both men and women standing together to champion this cause, we would stand defeated. So now it's a time to take action and set the wheel rolling. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you for getting me on this platform. It was wonderful to be with you together. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. I mean, each and every one are taking different dimensions. And the fact that you mentioned that despite the fact that, women are also getting very, very powerful in certain roles, but there are still places, that both of them, and you were very transparent when you said that both of them face this gender, inequality. And that is something that we really have to fight for. And we have miles to go still, because it's quite an eye-opener, the things that you said. But still, yes, there are things, when you look at the physical aspect of a woman, yes, people think that we're the weaker sex, but they don't know the truth. We cannot be the weaker sex. If you actually look at it, we're doing all the hard work. So how can we be the weaker sex? I mean, this is something which even I fail to understand. But yes, we are going in the right direction. Of course, we have miles to go, like you said, and you quoted such lovely things, especially from Virginia Woolf, another one of my favorites. Wonderful. It was a pleasure to listen to you. It's the first time I'm listening to you, but I was absolutely, awestruck. So thank you so much. And thank you. Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, after listening to the wonderful Dr. Vasavi, let's move on, proceed further. And now we have another lovely woman all the way from Sri Lanka, Dr. Fahmida Mohammed. She is an MBA, LLM, DNLP, honorary doctorate, and royal honorary PhD. This honorary word always makes my mouth lisp. I don't know why. She is a business management professional, co-founder of The Trainer, co-founder of OYF Show, motivational speaker, Toastmaster, corporate trainer, leadership learning and development, social and women empowerment activist, global host and international moderator, May we have the lovely, oh, there she is smiling. Wow, that is a smile. You know, many people are going to fall for that, Dr. Fahmid. I'm telling you that. But as of now, we are looking forward to hear your views on gender equality. So the stage is yours. The stage beckons you. Along with your beautiful smile, we want to listen to your powerful thoughts.
Thank you so much, Alkaji. It was a generous introduction. Thank you so much for that. And thank you so much for this prestigious opportunity to share my views amid such global luminaries. Thank you once again. And yeah, here I am to present about gender equality. I heard lots of wonderful perspectives, revolutionary perspectives, starting from Queen Elizabeth right throughout, and Dr. Vasavi. I mean, I heard lots of things that could bring action, a revolution around. And here I am to say, equality is the bedrock of liberty. Gender is the bedrock of humanity. For over a decade, terms such as empowerment, equality have been lingering in national and global discussions, warranting the need for mankind to rewrite the parameters of a woman, to re-engineer domestic and corporate settings to include in female talents. From women's rights to women empowerment, the sail has now landed on the shores of gender equality. I think it's time that, as we all agree and as we have all discussed, to walk out of the stereotypical boundaries and say that gender, to perceive gender as a need of mankind, and gender equality and gender empowerment as a need of mankind instead of females. Well, this being the ultimate truth, as much as we need the world to support our growth and development, I firmly believe, and I'm certain that the bold and audacious ladies here would agree with me as well, we are strong, courageous, and confident enough to support the development and growth of males. Isn't this something we have been doing for centuries? We are not only venerators of life, as we have been, we are prime movers of unity. We are architects of human value. We are engineers of the life journey and instigators of love, compassion, and everlasting bond. Why do we have to impose the feel of threatening security? I think that ship has left the dock decades back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are within a setting where it is evident that ladies are equally talented and men have already made peace in most countries. I do not wish to generalize this, but that the fact that we have emerged and empowered ourselves. The ecosystem is equilibrium, as not only in domestic front, but also from the corporate front, where they have understood that effective leadership has no correlation to the fact of gender. It is true that males have been quite well in top ranks and have managed to sustain. But how much evident it is when global and management theories themselves have unconsciously given the benefit of doubt. I would rather say that it was a conscious decision to bring in transformation, values into leadership, thus promoting the well-being of the entire ecosystem. The cries and the propaganda is not about women empowerment. It's about gender equity. It's about us as an individual self, our radical self, where true power lies within. I work with men many a times, the only women in a group of male professionals. And I did learn the hard way that feeling inferior or insecure is not going to be a productive technique. If my goals aim to reach the limelight, I have to work towards it. I have many a time questioned myself, how can I, males, men, can I break the barriers? Of course. When you reach out for help when needed, accept it. Accept that we are all a multitude of personalities who have their own goals. Life moves on. I believe that it is time to see the presence of gender as a platform to develop and nurture, a platform to complement each other, as Dr. Elizabeth perfectly stated, on a broader spectrum. We have entered an era where volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity are available, dominating our everyday lives. Now, there are the demands of the modern world, where we are creating unsolvable contradictions and paradoxical leaps. Nonetheless, together, mankind has the unparalleled endurance to define the VUCA. We have the power to define the VUCA. As many of you all presented your wonderful and revolutionary perspectives, I think volatile thus can change from volatile to valiant, uncertain to undefeated, complex to celestial, ambiguous to ambitious. Now, this is a power that we can create through the perfect blend of emotions that we carry and the rationale that men have presented. Empowerment, equality is a fundamental right to think, believe, and act, thereby cannot confine to one set of gender. The barriers that have built so high because of gender disparities have to be brought down. That will not only broaden the horizons, it will also push boundaries for yourself and to all others around you. This is what we call sustainable development, which is to create a level playing field to achieve our own goals without and even generations to come. Accepting the strengths and weaknesses of both gender will allow us to complement each other and leverage on our differences, because that is what makes us unique. Beginning to think and act as a human, male, female, leaders, managers, we are all human. We shall serve the utmost purpose and create the global human chain affecting a mass scale transformation, which is only possible when we as individuals believe in its possibility. Mahatma Gandhi said, it's one of my favorite quotes, be the change, make the change you wish to see in the world. What you and I do certainly shall make the difference, and it is within us to decide what kind of difference it's going to be. Because I believe that life is a blessed platform by a holy phenomenon where men and women were created to magnify the earth with our physical and intellectual bond. So I think it's time, and I think it's time to convert the words into actions and actions to reap the outcome through cooperation and coexistence, so that we shall see the desired benefits that have been our long-lasting dream. And what is that? To be recognized and to be empowered. With that, I shall conclude my speech, and thank you once again for this wonderful opportunity. It is my deep honor.
Wow, that was impactful indeed. To be recognized is to be empowered. The fact that we need to work together, create a global chain by understanding each and every soul's strengths and weaknesses, I think that will make the world a better place, because everybody can contribute to the transformation of the world. As you quoted Gandhi's quote, be the change that you wish to see. So we need to change ourselves in order to change the world. And if we need help, we should ask for it. Why should we wallow in self-pity? I think that is an attitude that needs to change. And the earlier we grab this attitude, and give a makeover to ourselves, we will definitely work towards gender equality in the true sense of the term. So Dr. Famida, very wonderfully said, very wittily said, and you were absolutely outstanding. Thank you so much for sharing your perspectives. Thank you. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellencies, His Excellencies, Honorables, my lovely friends, beautiful people, let's move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is someone with a very unconventional vision. She's an unconventional visionary. Shalini Nambiar from India. She is a B.Ed, IB, and Cambridge diploma holder, 27 plus years of experience in education, and has been associated with various names like New Nordic School, Finland, Vidgyor Group, GD Goenka Public School, the Heritage School, Excelsior American School, and GEMS Education. Her unconventional vision and wisdom find roots in her attempt to break stereotypes of degrees that provide employment. The outcomes, she believes, is not knowledge, but a stack of degrees that provide employment. And this is the domain where she has worked intensively to bring about a change, moving ahead with the belief that education, when imparted in its true spirit, has the power to change the world. So a big welcome to Dr. Shalini Nambiar from India. Dr. Shalini, may we have you?
No, no, Alka. I see her at the beginning, but now she's not here.
Oh, she's not there?
No.
Okay, so do we have Dr. Suchitra Bhattacharya from India? See her either.
No.
Okay, what about Suchita Malakar from India?
Yeah, I'm here.
She's there?
Yes, yes, she is.
Very well, fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you the lovely lady that you see with me on the screen, on the virtual screen. She is Dr. Suchitra Bhattacharya. Sorry, Dr. Suchita Malakar from India. She is an MA, MEd, PG, DME, Principal Podar International School, Cambridge International. Being in the field of education since the past 25 years across all boards, including the CBSE, the ICSE, and the Cambridge Internationals. She has been a speaker in numerous educational seminars and forums, recipient of various awards, including the Education Summit Award for the Best Pedagogical Practices, the Innovative Leader Award. Let's welcome Ms. Suchita Malakar. So lovely to have you here. How are you feeling this evening?
It's great, and thank you, Alka. I must congratulate you on your beautiful, vibrant self. You have created a real aura around in this conference, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you,
I'm on top of the world.
Thank you. Well, this is something very close to my heart, and I am honored to be a part of this entire thing. I would just like all our viewers to go to a situation where we are talking about a lady who's pregnant, who's happy to bring a new life into this world. And suddenly one fine day, she wakes up to a situation where a husband takes her to a sex determination clinic and they decide to abort the unborn child. And why? Only because it is a girl child. Another situation where the lady is being battered after her pregnancy only because of the birth outcome. Why? Again, it's the birth of a girl child. It is sad when we are faced with such a situation. Why such discrimination? Aren't all of us born out of the same womb? Even in educated households, we see money spent on a girl's education would be far lesser on a boy's education. This is a scenario of not only rural India, but often even in the urban banks of India. So where do we start with? We need to be given equal opportunities. Every woman should be given equal opportunities in all walks of life. We need to stop child marriages and sexual harassment. We need to teach our men that they need to respect our women. From a little child, an Indian mother has to show equality towards her little children, be it a girl child or a boy. Why am I saying Indian? Because as an Indian mother, we often are faced with such scenarios of discrimination from childhood. I have seen the boy child being fed more in Indian households at times, and the girl child being deprived of perhaps even commodities like milk. This is a scenario in a normal Indian middle class household. Why do we assume that the daughter is meant to cook and she doesn't have responsibilities beyond that? Education with each of our children have to be gender sensitive. Why don't we train our girls to aspire big? Why can't we encourage them to work shoulder to shoulder in a male dominated society? Join the forces, drive a bus, drive a train, fly a plane. Why can't we induce such scenarios in the dreams of a girl child? Mothers have to be encouraged to be decision makers in a family. It is a changing scenario in urban households. But have we entered rural India today? The lady would not even come out in front of the guest, or she would be perhaps at times covered from head to toe. Let us bring our women in power. It is heartening to see that our panchayats or our local governing bodies have women leaders. But we have to start from our homes. How can we enforce it? How can we help our women at the grassroots? We need to prevent unconscious bias. Our mothers have to stop discriminating from the toddlers taking his or her first steps. As educated community, we need to be proactive, not silent observers. When you see any kind of discrimination, stand up and protest against it. Prevent and identify unconscious bias. Often we see our people unconsciously biased in a workplace. Try to prevent such scenarios. Select an award as per the merit of the person and not the gender. Equal opportunities should be given to all of us. Let us say decision making in the political, economic, or public life. Let us empower our women. Let us particularly work towards protecting the sexual reproductive health and the reproductive rights of our women. Because finally, let us realize it is a woman who is going to be the queen of procreation, to actually lead creation in this world. With a salute to every woman as a harbinger for everything beautiful in a child's life, let us protect her, promote her, and hail her into this world. And thank you once again for inviting me on this beautiful forum where I enjoyed sharing my thoughts and speaking about something so close to my heart is gender equality. Thank you.
A big salute to you as well for sharing such fantastic thoughts. You know, the fact that you said that mothers need to teach their children right from childhood to respect people, not only the girls, but also the boys. I think that discrimination from the household, from early childhood should, not be there, because that is going to make individuals grow up holistically. Their thinking will be different. They will not, actually discriminate between different kinds of people. I think that upbringing needs to change. And if there is still any kind of discrimination, that needs to completely be wiped off. Fantastic power thoughts shared. And the fact that you use the word proactive, I think that is very important. We should not be silent spectators. If we ever see any kind of injustice anywhere, that is tantamount to injustice everywhere. So anywhere, injustice is equal to injustice everywhere. Let's keep that in mind. And as Dr. Suchita said, we need to move forward with this progressive mindset. So a big salute to you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, dear team, may we have the video now, which talks of the various courses that the International Internship University provides to everyone. Let's have a look at the video, ladies and gentlemen. It will give you a glimpse of all the different variety of courses that International Internship University provides to every learner online.
What is education? Books? Classes? Teachers? Schools? No. Education is not that. It's beyond this. Education is a term that we have grown up listening to since we were kids. Right from the beginning of childhood till this very moment, we have been surrounded by education and its need and importance. A luxury for the rich. A necessity for the bread earner. A dream for the underprivileged. An aspiration for the suppressed. A distant reality for the inaccessible. The primary objective of education is to impart knowledge. Education also has its fair share in building the thinking capacity of people's minds. Hence, education supplies people with knowledge and facts and also encourages them to integrate that acquired knowledge into practical and professional lives via necessary training. Education thus also plays a primary role in supporting the economic, social and cultural sector of a country. It's a way to change the future today. The current education system can make people easy to lead, but difficult to drive, is either all academic, all physical, all virtual or all costly. Also, it makes easy to govern, but impossible to enslave. We cannot win over the future by sabotaging our present with extreme disparity. Iiu takes great pride in saying that we're bridging the gaps in education system. We're not just academicians, but also practically oriented. We're not just limited to virtual classes, but also physical exposure. We do not dig a hole in the pockets of the students and their families. We're everything that traditional education hasn't been. Iiu has already implemented and promoting the MOOCs technology. When we talk about MOOCs technology, it stands for Massive, Open, Online Courses. The word massive is to be understood in the sense that 100,000 learners or more at the same time have open and equal opportunities to attend these courses. MOOCs are truly a tremendous technological leap, and what makes them so attractive is that they don't imply any cost to learners. Iiu has tied up with more than 100 universities to provide more than 10,000 courses to the students, free of cost, with the help of MOOCs technology. We're a revolution in the making, a wind of change. Education is much more charming and intriguing than the temptations of distractions unnecessary. Our education policymakers must look into the problem to make a better system which is more practical and provides hands-on learning to the students. Who are we? The International Internship University is a virtual university with state-of-the-art curriculum, real-life industry exposure, amazing student attention, learning-oriented resources, and most of all, a commitment to make the world a better place. Why do we exist? We exist to fulfill the necessity of the bread earner. We exist to help underprivileged achieve their dreams. We exist to fuel aspirations and accessibility. We exist to provide everyone the luxury of being capable of changing the world. We really do exist to ignite young minds and make them the torchbearers of tomorrow. For a better future. For the legacy of everyone who's left us. For the hope of everyone who's yet to come, and for the growth of everyone who walks this beautiful planet. We invite you to join our world-class educational team and platform with an altruistic dedication to creating the future. The change is so big that it would potentially impact millions across the world. Millions of children and youth around the world cannot wait any longer. Please join us in our effort to create the virtual learning generation of Iiu. We're Iiu, we're change. Welcome to our world, a new tomorrow.
So, ladies and gentlemen, definitely IIU is doing a remarkable job. It's going towards creating a beautiful place for everybody, for all the world, ensuring that everyone gets education, and that too at affordable, a very affordable cost. In fact, minimalistic and even the underprivileged get the chance to, educate themselves and make a living for themselves as they grow up. So I think it's a fantastic job, and I think it deserves a loud round of virtual applause. So maybe we can all clap using the reactions, and we can just share our clapping symbols. And that will also let me know whether all of you are here and you're listening to me. So if I can see your claps, it will be encouraging. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, after that beautiful video, now let's move on to our very next speaker for this evening, afternoon or morning, depending on which part of the world you are from. So, but we're all same. All the way from the land of the pyramids, the Sahara Desert, and the Nile River. We have Dr. Nermin Mohammed Kamal Shalabi, a doctor of applied linguistics, educator from the Damietta University. Please welcome with a virtual round of applause, Dr. Nermin Mohammed, all the way from the land of the pyramids, Egypt.
Welcome from Egypt. I am and good afternoon. Let's express my thanks, appreciation, gratitude to International Internship University for the awesome invitation. Today, I am gonna to talk about the fifth goal of International Sustainable Development Goals. It's gender equality. It's not only a fundamental human right, but a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Let's say first, there is a relationship between democracy and gender equality. They form a mutually reinforcing relationship in which higher levels of liberal democracy are a necessary, but not sufficient condition for higher levels of gender equality and the physical security of women. Genders should have the same opportunities in life, whether in careers, raising children, or issues of sexuality. We should avoid gender discrimination. This is due to it has a significant impact on mental and physical health worldwide. Some people believe with the phrase to be equal was to be enemies. Some women are their own worst enemies in their gender's fight for equality. It's easy to see that as women, we have always had the power. Yet, the hardest part about owning the power is using it wisely. The pandemic has led to a steep increase in violence against women and girls. Many women are trapped at home with their abusers, struggling to access services that are suffering from cuts and restrictions. To overcome this, for example, United Nations Women has developed a rapid and targeted response to mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 crisis on women and girls, and to ensure that the long-term recovery benefits them. Focused on 5 priorities. Gender-based violence, including domestic violence, is mitigated and reduced, and social protection and economic stimulus packages serve women and girls. Also, people support and practice equal sharing of care work, and women and girls lead and participate in COVID-19 response planning and decision making. Thus, there are some challenges that face gender equality. The first is the risk of violence by men against women, such as violence by a family member, sexual harassment, and abuse by authority figures, trafficking for prostitution, and child marriages. To overcome this challenge, gender equality is promoted by some interventions, as school-based interventions, media interventions, such as public awareness campaigns, government interventions such as laws and policies. Another challenge is women's economic independence. To overcome this, we should have equal access to the labor force participation, such as part-time jobs, full-time jobs, self-employment. It provides an opportunity to work on a more flexible basis. So, women economic empowerment should have access to income and assets and control of and benefit from economic gains and power to make decisions. And there are some benefits of to achieve gender equality. The first one is improving organizational performance at work. This is the first one. Yes, you know that improving individual job performance is a conditioned process. It has situational factors as personal traits, abilities, skills, job knowledge, motivation, organization culture, quality of supervision. So this process runs through performance improvement and feedback and coaching, achieving these to achieve the desired outcomes as persistent effort and improved job performance and job satisfaction. Another benefit of gender equality is increasing the attraction and the retention of young talents that provide an equal chance of career progression and promotion. It helps them in understanding how they look for new job opportunities and prioritize gender diversity, particularly among management, formalize flexibility and work-life balance policies, and encourage mentorship and sponsorship of women and cooperate social responsibility and promote leadership and lifelong learning. Another benefit is making the environment regularity, and all the companies take the lead and develop a parity in terms of jobs and salaries, meaning that what we say, all companies have the equality between men and women in terms of the jobs and the salaries. The first benefit is promoting innovation at workplace, because of the diversity of mindsets and knowledge. This happens by fostering organizational warmth that is supportive, approachable, and amicable. There is positive contact between employees. Individuals feel supported by their peers, and everyone is on the same side. It also happens by encouraging tolerance for failure and ambiguity. Employees and leaders are treated with care, interest, and emotional intelligence. It's all right to be wrong. Social activities that enhance trust are desirable and help loosen up a strict hierarchy. It also happens by nurturing a long-term future orientation. So our organizational members should be united by a vision that carries the organization forward. The present is a time in which the future is crafted. Optimism, nature's motivation, and ideas. So women's have empowerment in the digital age. This involves reviewing policies and strategies related to the information society, ensuring access to the ICT by women and girls, ensuring women and girls have the necessary skills and knowledge to understand, promoting women in the technology sector, and building partnerships and platforms for cooperation. And thank you so much for your listening.
Thank you so much for those great insights, great perspectives that you shared, Dr. Narbeen. Fantastic things, especially the talk about work-life balance being a solution, and lifelong learning, leadership for lifelong learning. I think that made a lot of sense, because there are still some kind of, evils that we need to get rid of if we really need to talk about gender equality in the true sense of the term. So great presentation and fantastic perspective shared. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Let's move on, ladies and gentlemen, my friends. Now we have with us an autodidact who believes that education never ends, and the one who dares to teach must never cease to learn. She is a postgraduate and level 5 CACHE from the UK, curriculum head for pre-primary from Ampersand Group, enterprising leader, author, associate editor, parenting and teacher mentor, believes in knowledge sharing, collaborating, innovating, and reinventing the best practices in the ECCE space with fellow educators. An award-winning early childhood educator since the year 1995, she has been associated with the best schools in a leadership role. Writing is a love for her, which won her an award from Scholastic India. Her published work includes numerous articles in educational magazines, articles and stories in anthologies. Certifications in diverse fields she also has, like theater and education, advertising and public relations, art of living, and behavior sciences. Let's welcome the beautiful Smriti Agarwal from India.
Hello, everyone. A very good evening from India to you. Thank you, Ms. Alka, for the wonderful introduction and for keeping the virtual stage so alive with your presence. I would need to share my screen, so if you would just allow me, please. And in the meantime, let me just begin by saying that gender equality, we are talking about it, but for me, what I have experienced all my life is that the inequality begins right from before birth. in fact, like what Ms. Suchita Malikar also said, that before the child is born, we try to find out the sex ratio of the sex of the child, and whether we want the child or we do not want the child. In India specifically, we can talk about, it's very much dependent on whether it's a boy or a girl. So it starts before, the inequality starts before the birth, and also carries on, like even in a very young life, even after all these talks that I have heard, wonderful speeches today, and starting from the cake that Her Excellency Ms. Elizabeth took, it was really fantastic. But what I would like to say is that even if you go to a toy shop today, even today in 2021, and then you just say that there's a birthday and I want a gift for a 10-year-old, the shopkeeper is bound to ask you, boy or a girl. So the point is that it starts with very little things in life, where we have the gender colors, we have blues and we have pinks, we have toys, we have materials for on gender biases, whether it's for girls, it's for boys. So it's something that begins there. I'm an early childhood educator. I would be starting from the very foundation of education, and from the foundation of life itself. And I would be speaking about right from those years and going on for the entire time that we have been talking. The inequality begins early. That needs to be addressed. Where does it begin from? So mostly what I would like to say, it begins from home. And it begins from us. Am I, as a woman, as a mother, actually a parent, what am I doing? Am I having blues for my sons and pinks for my daughters? Am I buying Barbies for my daughters and guns and wrestlings and footballs for my boys? Is that where I am coming from? So if I'm coming from there, I should not be talking about gender equality when I go to the workforce, when I go to the office and I'm working outside, and when I step out of the house, because inside my own house, I'm not practicing gender equality. So am I making those differences in the girls and the boys? And like all the speakers before me said, that there are these gender discriminanities which are there and existing for everyone around. So let's just see what SDG 5 says. I hope you all can see my screen, right? Yeah,
Yes, you can see it.
right. Great. So this is what the statistics are all about. So these graphics tell you how it is. You see how 1 in 3 women have experienced some form of physical or sexual violence in their lifetime, right from childhood. There have been molestations, there have been sexual advances, there have been unsafe scenarios. Our parents have been warning us for. As girls, we are not allowed to stay late out at night. We are the parents are very, very particular about the company we keep. Where are we going? With whom are we going? When are we going to come back? Why are these questions asked to the girls and not to the boys? What are we wearing? Everything has to be determined for the particular gender, but not for the other gender. So as human beings walking on this planet, we're all humans, and we do not have those very basic, very fundamental rights. So we're talking about gender equality, but let's not just do it on a platform. Let's just not do it as a speech. Let's actually think of it. Where is it coming from? Where are we taking it? And are we doing something about it? And are we doing something about it right from the very beginning? When we say early years, when I talk about early years as an early childhood educator, I speak about 0 to 6 years, we say the brain is developing, it's forming images, it's forming memories, the neurons are getting connected. And at that time, what are we teaching the children? At that time, are we teaching them equality? Are we teaching them respect? Are we teaching them humanity, compassion, empathy? Or are we telling them who's a girl, who's a boy, who should behave like what should you be wearing, and what you should be doing? If we start from there, then these statistics are not wrong, and it is going to be like this. What is the child sex ratio? What about all the crimes against women? The gender inequality, if I'm talking about my country today, these are the statistics right there on the graphics. And we hear about dowry, we still hear about them. Physical abuse, there's honor killing, there's sexual assault, there's no education for girls. And there are still child marriages even after an act which was passed on. And, there was a prohibition on child marriages, but still it goes on. So if these things and these crimes are are happening, where are they happening? They're happening all around us, in our society, in our community, in our cities, villages, towns, and country at large. And it begins from the early years. Do you think a child who's been raised by in a family where the mother is not respected, where the sister is not given food, where the father is the dominant person whose wishes have to be fulfilled, the child who's being brought up in this kind of a family, the boy learns aggression and the girls learn submissiveness right from day one. They understand life as they see it, as they grow up with, in the atmosphere they grow up with. So SDG 5 gives us all these targets. We say let's end discrimination against all women and girls. Let's eliminate violence against women and girls. Let's eliminate all harmful practices, right? Recognize and value. So all these things, when we are talking about eliminate all harmful practices as child marriage, what I just spoke about, and then if you're ensuring that women are getting their space in the world, then what are we doing about it? Are we talking about it, or are we doing something about it? What all can we do as a society, as a community, as educators, as people who have gathered here today? I salute IIU for bringing all these people from various nations together, and I hope this team builds up and actually takes the change forward. So really looking forward for that. We want equality in education, and equality is equality. I don't know why we get a feeling that, if you're talking about women empowerment, we are somewhere down, belittling the men. I don't understand that. So we are, in fact, when you talk about equality, we're talking about equal treatment to both men and women. But then I come from, like I told you, I come from a sector of education where we are very biased towards men. Men are treated very unequally. The inequality does not exist against women, but against men. So in the pre-primary and the primary section of education, we find only women. In fact, even you as a man would apply, we would not take you in. So it's like, so it's like inequality against men there. So I don't think so that should be there. It should not be an inequality anywhere for anyone. That should be there in education. If both the men and the women are in the same position, we have the same qualifications, why are there differences in their salaries, positions, and their designations in a company? Why don't we have equality in legal, political, civil, and social? But where are our rights? And do we have a say? Do we have equality in when we are going to talk about marriage and family rights? Do we have an equality for women when it comes to health care? I think a woman always puts her own needs and her health and her well-being at the bottom end. The family comes first and everything else comes first. So this has been imbibed in us, actually. Basically, we have been brought up in that manner. We want equality in responsibilities. So it's not only the responsibility of the man to be a breadwinner or the provider for the family. The nurturer can also be the provider. We want equal opportunities, equality in respect, in choice and decision making. And we want equality, last not the least, equality in thinking and mindsets. Till the time it doesn't change here in the mind, it doesn't change anywhere else. So first the mind and the heart needs to change. One good initiative by the government of India is Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. For people who don't understand Hindi, it is like save the girl child from dying in the womb and before birth, and also educate the girl child, because it is said that if you educate a girl, you educate a family, because tomorrow the mother is going to educate the children, and it's going to go a long way from there. So you have to save the girls and you have to educate the girls to begin with, right? And it does have certain features to it. I'll not go deep into it. I'll take some more time, then it would be like this. What we think of women as, women are the nurturers, yes, topmost, yeah, because men can't do that. They can't give birth. Yeah. They can't feed a newborn. They do not have those privileges. Women have. So women are the nurturers for sure, and they're the thinkers, they're the educators, they're the best relationship managers, because even if you're in your companies, you see the best HR managers, the best client and customer services, everything is women, because they think very logically from both ends, not from their own end and not from in a very selfish manner. They're the carers, and of course, they're very determined and they are big achievers. And if you don't believe me, or you have any doubts, then you'll have to also see this. So this has been taken from the Forbes, and we say that what do the countries, this pandemic proved it. It proved it in a big way, that the countries with the best coronavirus responses have just one thing in common, and that is the women leaders. So did we respect them? Did we give them opportunities? Did we tell them, okay, go ahead, lead the country and take us there? And where is Corona? Nowhere in sight for them. So this is how women deal with pandemic, crisis, and disasters. So you trust us? Yeah? Is it inequality or equality or superiority? I don't know. You will have to believe that. And this will be my last slide, that find women to educate their sons. Are we talking only about women empowerment in the terms of educate the girls? If you're educating the girls, empowering them to go out there, who is educating the boys? Who's educating the guys to respect them, to be with them as equal partners in life, in family, in household chores, outside, inside, everywhere. So, all right, so that is it. The respect of women begins at home. The gender equality for children to imitate at home comes first and goes on and grows and then becomes a SDG goal for us to achieve. Thank you very much. And thank you for having me. It was lovely talking to all of you. And thank you so much for listening to me. And thank you, Dr. Ravi Bhatia, for inviting me to the Iiu-Isdgc. Love to be here. Thank you so much.
That was wonderful, Smriti. I mean, I love the way you started with the pinks and the blues, the toy shop. I mean, because that's a fact, come to think of it, we just ignore the little and if we give importance to the little things, I think a lot of the bigger issues would be solved, because it begins from that only.
Yes.
Last one. Yes, you're right. You're bang on, and the wit and humor with which you sort of went through your presentation was a delight to hear, to watch, and it was marvelous. I mean, I enjoyed each and every bit, and I was laughing, but at the same time, I was also thinking. So you brought out both the feelings, the thinking one, the thought-provoking one, as well as a little bit of humor and wit. So fantastic presentation, great going. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Excellencies, can we move on to our next speaker for the event? She is a strategic marketing communications qualified trainer and coach, Himanshi Aval from India, founder Quoplix Solutions, trainer, coach, and consultant. And she is a communications development coach and a facilitator in behavioral enhancement programs. She specializes in working with career professionals in their mindset transformation to grow their personal and professional life. She works as a personal branding coach and consultant. She has developed courses and several workshops to help people take their brand's visibility on Instagram a notch higher. She's a writer, a budding author, a multiple brand auditor, soon to be dating and relationship coach. Now this is wow and amazing. And an upcoming influencer in the education space. With that, a big warm welcome to Himanshi Aval from India. I must say that's quite something, your credits, especially the dating and relationship one. Wow, that's amazing. You've touched every area of your life, Himanshi. Wow, absolutely.
Thank you for this awesome introduction, Alka. Before I even touch upon the introduction that you have given for me, I have to applaud all this effort that all of you have been putting in. This is beyond awesome. And I am actually feeling so happy that the speaker before me was Kriti, because I couldn't stop smiling and, applauding every point that she said, because all the introduction that you have mentioned for me, if I had to put this in one smaller sentence, I would say that inequality in society for any gender would not be there if most of us could look into early childhood education at a more detailed spectrum. And the reason I want to be a dating and relationship coach is basically there's hundreds and hundreds of relationship counselors and relationship trainers and people in the country, but they are always looking at people who are married. What about the people who are not married, on the verge to get married, right? Or people who are divorced and looking for life at a second chance? The dating spectrum is a huge area which is not touched in our country, and a lot of gender inequality comes from our mindsets related to how we treat the other gender. So this is a huge gap in our country, and having been somebody who has suffered in this game, the best way to overcome your issues or your pain is to help other people overcome their pain. And that's the reason gender equality and gender inequality is something very close to my heart. I come from a family where I have my own brothers and 10 male cousins. So, from my childhood, I have been told, especially in school, when we just had the Raksha Bandhan on Sunday, right? So from my childhood, I have heard from other people that I am such a lucky girl to have so many brothers, and, I'd be the pampered child and everything. But I have seen both spectrums of equality and inequality when it comes to the female gender, right from my growing up years. And that is something I understand that it's there prevalent all across the world. But my short presentation now is I'm going to be looking at gender inequality and equality only from the female gender point of view, while maintaining full respect for the other genders. Okay. So as a lot of my colleagues have mentioned earlier as well, I also agree that women are the nurturers. Women are the ones who bond family members together, keeping relationships alive and moving in the right direction. So the need to get more equality, as the benefits of that equality will be reaped not just by the women, but actually by all parts of society, right? So inequality, as we all understand, starts right in the childhood across the world. But for this presentation, I am focusing on India. The social evil, right, has been quite nicely discussed by my colleagues at length. However, there are a lot of people like all of us across genders who are actually continually working towards, bringing an equality of all the genders. However, we understand that this is a long journey with its own twists and turns, because each person, before we become a society or a country or a culture, before that, each one of us is an individual with our own mindset. And it's not necessary that the mindset that we've been living with throughout our life so far is the right mindset to be in, or it has been serving our best purpose and the people around us as well. So just sharing my experience all along my working life, I have noticed that most people in general are looking to grow their own lives while trying to help and impact others, whoever come in their way. However, any type of inequality comes in society because of deep-rooted thoughts and beliefs, and the conscious and unconscious biases that people individually have or collectively have, then as families, as a society, and as a country, right? So let's look at some of the reasons of gender inequality. The one main reason that came to my mind when I was making this presentation is old-time dysfunctional beliefs and mindsets, and our inability or our lack of acknowledgement that they need to change as we progress in our life. Just growing older is not growing maturer. what is being mature is if we can understand the benefits that I could get and I could impact other people if I was to grow my mindset, because once I change it, I'll be able to impact the people around me and as family and as a country and the society as a whole. Another point is toxic but easy to follow social and cultural norms that people have so easily adjusted to suit through their lives. So we pick and choose the ones that suit us and we discard the ones that don't really serve our purpose. But in the long run, it could be that because of our mindsets, we have made the wrong choices sometimes. Also, incomplete understanding of a culture, toxic version of patriarchy, gender role stereotypes, as Preeti said, the colors or the toys or the you can do this and you can't do this, all of these things as we grow up, that's the kind of adults we form as well. So the change needs to happen right from childhood. Also, lack of education among the masses, but even in the classes. Across country, across culture, we do look at literacy and increasing literacy, but literacy is not really education. Education is when I can look at my mindset, my thought process, and how it affects my life and the life of people around me, right? That is real education. So therefore, education needs to be more concentrated on life skills, whereas less on probably literacy. We need to look at more at emotional intelligence and social intelligence than just, IQ levels. So EQ and SQ is the new currency of society if we have to look at gender equality and remove inequality. Widespread poverty is another reason in our country. If people's focus is on meeting, just their basic needs, they are going to stay rooted in their age-old beliefs, and thus they'll be stuck in their poverty cycle as well. Also, lack of employment facilities to make things more manageable for the women who make the effort to make change in their life and maybe in the life of people around them. Also, women's own lack of awareness of their rights, which again comes from maybe lack of education, which again can affect the overall gender inequality that we have. Now, if we discuss some of the consequences of gender inequality, one, obviously, we're all aware that there's lack of opportunities for women. Also, there's lack of ease in society for women to even try out the opportunities that come their way. So a lot of women are left behind with regret that some opportunity did come their way, but their situation and their condition was such that they could not pursue it. And those kind of regrets again go back to our mindset and our emotional intelligence, and it affects the quality of our life and also the people around us, irrespective of age and gender. Overall discrimination against women and girls, overall, be it in terms of education, sexual discrimination, choice of marriage, choice of career, all of those things. Also, lopsided view of society which stops women from doing and telling them what they can do and what they can't do. As women, we are nurtured and we are raised to be nurturers. So as Smriti also said, and a lot of you have said, women actually sacrifice their own happiness and their own goals for the favor of, the goals of the family. But if you're not happy inside, it is going to affect the people around you, right? Also, we are creating whole generations of women who lack in inner self-confidence and poor self-image, which will give rise to another generation of similar mindset of boys as well as girls. Therefore, it is going to be a weaker society generation after generation, because if the seed lacks, the will to grow, so will the growth of the plant, right? Also, one of the other points that I want to mention is, which is a consequence of gender inequality, will be overall incomplete growth of economy, because a major part of the population isn't even contributing since they don't even get those opportunities. So gender inequality doesn't affect people only at a small level, but at a micro as well as a macro level. Now, if we look at some of the ways that I could think of how we can solve to bring about a more equal society and harmony of genders, one obviously is education. Education should be equally concentrated on developing growth-minded life skills amongst peoples. So while we are, making efforts to send our girls and boys to schools and improve their IQ and knowledge of subjects, there needs to be, more emphasis on building a conscience, on building life skills, on building communication and the ability to think and grow for ourselves, which is that as we get it in our growth years is going to impact into the kind of adult we are going to form into. While we teach our girls how to be stronger and more aware, what about we are putting more emphasis on educating our boys to how to look at the female gender, not just their sister or their mother, but women in general. In fact, even though under the garb of, I am protecting my sister or mother, if we look into our own families, a lot of males are, practicing toxic patriarchy even there, right? And a lot of women also follow that toxic, behavior. So that again needs to change with, our changing of our mindset. Also, regular dialogues like these need to be created, and more people should be invited to just share their opinion and, learn from each other. And if they don't want to share their opinion, at least listen to the other opinion, because these seminars are basically something like planting a seed. You plant a seed today, it will start to germinate. You keep watering it and it will, for some people, it will germinate, and that's how change in society will happen. Also, giving girls access to education. One thing I really believe in is, like, there's a saying in our country that women actually, more than men, stop the growth of other women. So we need to have more bonding amongst women, that, we are able to help women help each other to grow more. And instead of, stopping each other's growth, if we can appreciate that somebody else is good enough and I could probably learn, that will go a very long way in developing gender equality. Because as we said, women are nurturers, which means if I give you the right kind of nurturing and I get this right kind of nurturing myself as well, I am by my very nature going to go and spread it to the world, right? Giving women platform to be in power and achieve economic success, which again starts at home, at, before it goes into the society level. End violence and sexual assault against women, that again will start with the right education of the male gender and the other genders as well. Assure women have access to probably menstrual health facilities, and they have the knowledge of what their rights are, what they can do and what they can't do. Amongst them, one of the big things is teaching women how to say no, and teaching men how to accept that no. I guess this will go a long way. Before I end this, what I would want to say is that, all of us are doing a great job in working on gender equality. As I said, gender equality happens not just for women or for males, but for other genders as well. But the whole thing will start at us looking at ourselves. And if we can audit our actions and our beliefs and our thoughts to see how we can not just nurture and grow our inner child, but also the people who are around us, slowly, if each one of us can take that responsibility, hopefully we will be able to see a more gender equal world. Thank you.
Awesome that was, Himanshi. That was awesome. Awesome is the word. I mean, fantastic phrases, mindset, wrong choices, gender stereotypes needs to be done away with. The change has to begin from childhood. Change not only in the masses, but also the classes. Poor self-image needs to be done away with. Growth mindset needs to be there. Toxic patriarchy needs to be done away with. And over here, since you mentioned it, I think in many households, there's a lot of wrong things happening amongst family members, and some girls do not have the guts, or they're just scared because that's the way their thinking has been structured, so they cannot say that A or B hurt me, touched me, in a way which I did not like. So I think if we start, voicing out our opinions and actually bringing out the injustice that is actually happening, we're going to change the world beautifully. And the fact that you said another fantastic thing, which I cannot let go of, because I think I've been subjected to this myself, like you said, more bonding amongst women. Somehow women are supposed to be nurturers, but they can also be the opposite.
Destroyers.
Destroyers, exactly. So I think the women, all of us who are listening to this, the world has enough room for everyone. Each and everyone is unique. I just cannot stop from saying this. Each and everyone is unique, and let's work with our own abilities and let's appreciate that in our women friends. Why not? We need to audit our actions and beliefs, just as Himanshi said. Fantastic, Himanshi. I just loved what you said.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Wonderful job.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, after that powerful, presentation by Himanshi, which touched my heart, I am going to move on to our next speaker, a very dear friend of mine, the charming Rabia Bhatia from India. She's a BCom student, educationist, an edupreneur, a mompreneur, founder of the Ed Web Studio channel, multi-awardee edu-leader, branding, communication, PR professional, trainer and chief mentor, a change maker, a motivator, HR professional, professional host and keynote speaker, career growth advisor, city VP, Namaste India e-magazine, a corporate mentor with Sahi College, CDX speaker, education ambassador at International Internship University, National Director, GEF, and loads of things more. I don't know where she gets the time to do it because she's a very spiritual person as well. And she devotes a good number of hours to her spirituality. How she manages all this, only she knows. But at the moment, we're very eager to hear her views on the topic of gender equality. So it's over to the lovely Rabia Bhatia.
Thank you so much, Miss Alka. That was a superb introduction. Really, I felt so humbled. And first of all, I would like to say thanks to all the panelists present here today on behalf of IIU for accepting our invite for these SDG goals conference starting from 18th till 3rd September. We are honored to have you on this platform today and till 3rd, 4th September. You know, this particular topic, gender equality, very close to my heart, very close to my heart. As Samriti, as my friend Himanshi said, that we have been facing such issues since our childhood. So, you know what I believe, that the change starts from within. And when I say change starts from within, it is us that we have to change ourselves. No one else can change ourselves. So when, we say that, okay, we have to change the other person, or we have to change that guy, or we have to change that female, her thinking, we can't change anybody's thinking for that matter. It is, we only can improve ourselves. We only can change our own mindsets. And as everybody knows, the parents are the first educators. Parents are the foremost teachers for every child. As Samriti said, that the change, these differences start from the childhood itself. Colors of blue and pink. So, the school, the early school, when the child is going to step out of their homes, I think the first school is at home. We as parents, we have to nurture our kids with the understanding that they have to respect humanity in spite of understanding of any caste, creed, or color. Humanity has to be respected. Every human being has to be respected. We need to be very compassionate towards each and every person, whether they are girls or whether they are boys. We can't make such differences if we really want to bring equality and global peace. Many have said everything. I think a lot of things have been covered. But the only thing what I like to ask, after talking so many things, are we still able to understand a small thing that we all are equal, we all are same, whether it is a girl or a boy? Why do we have to go through so many sexual harassment, so many domestic violences sitting at our own houses? The COVID also has given an increase in the number of domestic violence for the women. We all know we were actually seeing each other 24/7, and we were not able to ready to accept the views of each other, which actually caused the increase in the domestic violence, in the sexual harassment. I have seen the number of divorce cases increase during the COVID. I myself have experienced so many things during my entire life that I can vouch for it, that a woman can raise her voice only if she's well educated, if she's well nurtured, and if she's well empowered. I am not saying that men are less than women, but there has to be equality amongst both of them, whether it is they are officers, whether they are at home. Why our own parents say that, okay, fine, do not go out with this kind of dress, or do not step out of home at 7 p.m. in the evening? Why is that so? Why they can't understand that we also have got the equal rights as the boys have, as the men have, as our brothers have? I think we face these challenges starting from at home, when our boys have given a different kind of liberties and facilities, and we as sisters have been given a different kind of liberties and facilities. Then that means we ourselves are creating this difference. So how can we teach the students as educators? How can we teach the students a difference and the uniqueness about the two genders? Till the time we are not teaching and doing the same things at our homes. First, we need to realize that if we are educators, we need to be same at our houses, at our schools, at our offices as well. In our offices, we always face these challenges where women have not been given the kind of, appraisal they should be given, the kind of designation they should have been given, because of the fact that they are women and they cannot handle well at those designations, that they are not powerful enough. Only men can handle those designations and those facilities. Why? Because men are more powerful. No doubt women are emotional, but women are not emotionally weak. There's a difference between women being emotional and emotionally weak. Men are emotionally weak. That is, I can vouch for it. Men are emotionally weak. They are not emotional. They are very practical, but they are emotionally weak. A small thing happens and they just give up. But a woman can never give up if she is determined. So the most important part of bringing equality in the world, in our nation, in our country, each woman has to be determined that yes, I can do it and I will do it. This is the most important attitude we all should adapt as women. And only then we'll be able to get the changes done. We'll be able to make the changes in the society. We as change makers, we need to first bring the same change within ourselves to see the same change in others. Let's respect every human being. Let's start respecting every religion. That is the most important part, that when we are disrespecting the other people because of maybe a caste, creed, color, or religion, or a gender, there we go wrong, and there the inequality starts. So why are we doing that? I don't understand. When we have been given a birth by one God, why we are creating differences, why we are creating discriminations amongst ourselves. We all are equal. We just have to support each and every one. The support system has to be there, which is actually missing. The support. This is a small word, but when you go ahead, the cooperation, the support, with the support of each and every person, we all become strengthened enough, and it's a unity. It has to be unity. Everybody, we all have been listening to this, we all have been reading to the stories since childhood that unity is strength, but there's no unity because there are so many discriminations, be it gender equality, inequality, or be it any other inequality, caste, creed, color. But we are not ready to accept the fact that this is whatever is going wrong in the society, in the country, in the world, it is because that we are not united. And we are not ready to support each other. Fine. अगर किसी ने कुछ बोल दिया है, somebody has said you something, relax, calm down. It's okay. they can be wrong at one time. They can't be wrong at every time. We need to respect, husbands need to respect their wives, wives need to respect their husbands. We need to accept each other's point of view. Everybody is talented enough. When we understand the small fact that everybody has got uniqueness, everybody has got different kind of skill set in them, whether it is a woman or a man, then there is no discrimination. Then we will be able to bring that equality. So we have to change our mindsets and we have to accept each other with the way they are, with their uniquenesses, with their different skill sets, with their different talents. Only then we'll be able to have that kind of togetherness amongst others. And we all talk about 21st century skills. So we as leaders have to understand the team building skills. If a wife and husband are fighting, how will they promote the team building skills in the offices? They can't, because they are not together at home. Togetherness is missing, unity is missing. So how will they promote the team building skills? And what will they teach the students? Collaboration. What is collaboration? If we are not ready to understand that collaboration starts from the houses itself, from our own houses. We need to accept each other. Why mother-in-laws are not ready to accept a daughter-in-law? She's coming from a different background. She has her own uniqueness. Why the mother-in-law says that no, she has to go by what the in-law says. Why is that so? We need to make them understand that we are different, we are born different, our bringing has been done differently. It will take some time to adjust, and they also have to adjust. See, when we compromise with each other, we will be able to bring that equality. As somebody said, that the women has to support women. Only then the man would be able to respect the women. Because mother-in-law is not respecting the daughter-in-law, that is the reason husbands don't respect their wives, and that is the reason the entire in-laws are against the daughter-in-law. And daughter-in-law also has to understand this fact that they are her in-laws. She needs to respect them. So I think everywhere that cooperation is required. You can't expect the same thing from the same one person. We all have to work together for that gender equality. It's a togetherness, it's a unity, it's a collaborative effort. Nobody can work alone, nobody can grow alone. Women can't grow alone, men can't grow alone. So that is all I would like to say here today. I won't be going ahead. I think most of us have already said so much about this particular topic. So that is only thing what I would like to say, that we need to make collaborative efforts to bring that objective into picture, to implement this objective everywhere, starting from our own houses. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Alka ma'am, for giving this opportunity to talk about this particular topic.
Dr. Rabia, that was wonderful take using the 21st century skills. The fact that you talked about, a woman will have a voice if she's well educated. Then only she'll be strong, because she'll know how to say it. So she needs to be well educated. And you stressed a lot on teamwork, on collaboration, of understanding each other's feelings, because everybody has uniqueness. Another thing very close to me also, your uniqueness, you're unique, everyone, each and everyone present over here is unique. If we can understand that and move on with that, then surely we can bring a difference. But the problem happens because we think that the other person is different from us, not realizing that that is the other person's strength and we have ours. So thanks a lot. That was a great revelation. And this brought a lot of strength, a lot of power to this entire platform. Thank you so much. Wonderful presentation and beautifully presented. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Time to watch a video now, which talks about the accreditation of International Internship University. So please sit back, relax, and the entire proceedings of the university. went through. Dear team, may I have the video, please? Thank you.
Join us to make a difference in the orbits of education. We are the change, we are Iiu. Are you a K-12 school offering a top quality education? Are your students getting global exposure? Is experiential learning and innovation a part of your curriculum? Are your teachers internationally certified educators? Are you able to identify your learners' potential and expose them to compete globally? If the above questions do not sound optimist, then the clock has struck to get accredited and affiliated by Iiu. You think of strategies, training, competitions, we offer it. You want to interact with an expert team of educators, we possess it. You want to be exposed to learning at a global platform? If yes, you have embarked at the right destination. Iiu's International School Accreditation Board. Let's put some light over accreditation, what it is. Why do we need it? Simply put, accreditation is value. In today's challenging world, it is extremely important that institutes or schools be accredited and approved with the institutes meet certain standards. Accreditation assures employers that the graduates of an accredited institute are ready to face challenges and rigors of the modern world. The students who graduate from accredited institutes and schools have access to enhanced opportunities and employment and global mobility. Iiu accreditation affiliation has no bars for any boards like state boards, CBSE, ICSE, IGCSE, IB. Iiu accreditation affiliation has created an arena for learners across the various countries and continents throughout the globe. What are you waiting for? Apply now. Iiu's International School Accreditation Board.
Well, thank you so much. That was a wonderful presentation talking about the accreditation process at the International Internship University. Now let's move on in the evening and let's listen to some more presentations, powerful insights from all the wonderful, fantastic, erudite speakers on this virtual platform of Iiu, where we're talking about SDG goal number 5. So now I'm inviting my friend from Armenia, Alice Durg-Aryan. She is a PhD in pedagogy. She is a double MA in psychology and foreign languages, author of articles written on the topic of teaching English as a second foreign language, currently working on a model for teacher training in the online mode. So she's an ESI, EFL, ESP trainer, and teacher trainer. So Alice Durg-Aryan, please come on the virtual stage, my friend. I did see you, so I know you're here.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here, because I think that this question, this problem is very equivalent and also very modern one, because we women try to have our role in the development of not only in the society, but also in the education, in the economic situation, in a nutshell, in every sphere, in every field, because we wanted to have our, let's say, something, a role, maybe a little help, but we wanted to have something in order to be just with men and to work with them and also to help for the development of our society. Today, about the gender equality, I'm going to speak from the point of education. Being, let's say, deeply involved in this field, I'm going to speak about this problem because globally, women, they have fewer opportunities for economic participation than men. They have less access to basic and higher education, and also in other different spheres and especially less participation in political representation. And guaranteeing the rights of women and giving them opportunities to reach their full potential is critical, not only, for example, for attaining gender equality, but also for meeting a wide range of international development goals. Empowered women and girls, they contribute to the health and also productivity of their families, communities, and countries, creating a ripple effect that benefits everyone. But first of all, when we speak about the problem of gender, it describes the socially constructed roles and responsibilities that societies consider appropriate for men and women. In different countries, the index of being it differs because in some cases, maybe there are many countries where you can't see, for example, the difference, the inequality between women and men. Maybe it's not so visible, but in many countries, it can be also very visible and obvious one. And women try to do their best in order to struggle, to have their role and also their place in the development of the society. And gender equality means that men and women have equal power and equal opportunities for financial independence, education, and personal development. And women's empowerment is a critical aspect of achieving some kind of goals, and not only achieve, but also making decisions, access to opportunities and resources, and power and control over her own life, inside and outside the home. Because if we go back to the ancient times, we can see that in prehistoric times, usually women stayed at home and men went for hunting or finding food and also look after the animals in order to keep and to take care of their families. But the times have changed, and also the roles also have changed, and nowadays the majority of women, they just want not only to stay at home and take care of children and make food, etc., but also to be able to enter the society. First of all, to get education. As we know, beginning from the early age, for example, children go to school, and this all people, it doesn't matter what gender they are, they have equal right to get education. But what refers as they get older and older, when they graduate school, it differs. The index begins to differ because in this case, not many family just allow their children, especially girl children, to go to enter the university and also to get a high education, even to find work. Sometimes just thinking that they have just graduate school, they have education, but no, it's not all. The women should be illiterated, educated. They should be educated because in order to have a right, not only in the society, but also in their families, because the family, it looks like a community, maybe a society, but a small society. But in this case also should be equal rights between the wife and husband, between men and women. And from this page, we can just say that typically families, we can meet typically families with limited means who cannot afford, for example, costs such as school fees, uniforms, supplies for all of their children. And in some cases they can, but they think that in this case it's not important for them. But we can say for having equal rights for women and men, all of them have the right to be educated, to get education. That's why nowadays, if many years ago we can see schools where all the pupils were male, gender men, nowadays we have schools and there is no difference between men and women. We have boys and girls at the same time in the classroom. And the teacher, usually, they don't pay attention or they don't stress, for example, everything will be given only men, only boys. and nothing, the girls don't have such kind of rights. No, in the classroom, as a teacher, for me, when I enter my classroom, I don't usually pay attention how many boys and how many girls I usually have in my classroom. Everything is equal in my classroom. It depends on, it doesn't depend on matter, for example, it can be instruction, it can be test, it can be even, for example, if they don't learn, if they aren't ready, they can be given equal opportunities to get education. Because in some cases, we can just say that when we want to have equal rights, we should start from the kindergarten. We should start from the school and then the upper levels of education. Because if, just imagine, if the children is in the families and goes in the to the kindergarten and we say, boys are always in the first place, not the girls. What will happen? We are just, in this case, we deal with the psychology of thinking of children, because in this case, children, beginning from the early age, they should only think that boys are in the first place. In every case, it doesn't matter, it can be political level, it can be educational level, it can be even social or other fields. No, the thing that we deal with, the first thing, the most important thing that we have to do is to start working, to start making our children just think, first of all, the things that men and women, they have equal rights. And if from the early age they have such kind of psychology on maybe the upper levels of education at university, even after graduating the university, we can say that the boys who have just the thinking of that they are not in the first place, they have equal rights with the women, they will continue thinking in this case, in this way, and it helps us just to have equal rights. I am optimist, and I'm sure that one day, even in those countries where are obvious such kind of rights that men are, let's say, more important, have more important roles in the society, there will be time when there will be equal. Let's say not 50, maybe 50-50, not, there won't be, wouldn't be, let's say, but maybe 40-60% would be, I hope, not hope, I'm sure that it would be. And on that day, I think that there would be no violence, no kinds of any strict, any rude or any kind of behavior. And everyone will be just have equal rights in this case. And in this case, we can just say that we succeed in social relationships, because in this case, if there will be, for example, any kind of military affairs, women will be maybe the best soldiers with the men in order to protect their country in this case. And the education that they will get, there will be no kind of difference. And for PhD education, we shall have more and more women professors, associate professors, doctors in this case. Because in every sphere, especially there are some kinds of spheres, if we pay attention to the index, we can just say that we have less professors. For example, it can be in the field of mathematics, or I don't know, maybe military field, or etc. But one day we shall have equal everything. Not equal, but let's say approximately, maybe the indexes will be the same. Because if it will be 50-50, maybe it will be some kinds of disorder. In this case, it like the Babylon Tower, when everyone just talks in one language, it will be such case. But maybe we shall do. Women, we can say that we are very strong, that we can do our best in order to win and to try to have equal rights with men and help them with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alice. I loved your optimistic outlook outlook throughout your presentation. The then and the now comparison that you gave, of the women's role then and now, and the fact that we are doing things that men do, and that the fact that you're very optimistic that everything is going to be equal soon. You're very positive about that. You're very optimistic about that. And all of us are, with a growth mindset and a change in our outlook and change from within. I do think that we will all, make this world a beautiful place to live in, not only some parts of the globe, but all parts of the globe. And then only in the true sense of the word, like your optimism says, we will be a society, a country, a global community that believes in gender equality. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, now moving on to our next speaker, all the way from the land of the Atlas Mountains, Morocco. We have Laila Tak, who is the Morocco Global Educator. She is an MIE expert, a master trainer, an English teacher, a cultural exchange coordinator, and she's a Teach SDGs ambassador. So all the way from Morocco, the Atlas Mountains land, we have Laila. I did see you. Hello, welcome.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I hope you're fantastic.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm very happy to be with you and so glad about all the insightful speeches and the very valuable presentations about the Sustainable Development Goals. Just before I start, is my voice very audible?
Oh, yes, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. So may I share, I prepared the presentation. Can I share my screen?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
So before I start, I'm here just to give my opinion as an educator, as a practicer, practicing my the SDGs with my kids, with my students. So because I believe that education is the key to achieve or to empower women and achieve gender equality. So education, which means it starts at home, and it starts also in the classroom with us as educators, as teachers. So I'm okay. Allow me to share my screen. So they say here the presenter, is deactivated for me. Yeah, I'm not able to, please. Can you enable me?
Will the team help, please?
Yes.
Team, please.
I got a message told me that
if Miss Laila could be allowed to share her screen.
Miss Laila, could you do it now? Try.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Laila, I will
Yes.
unmute everybody because there is noise.
Is it clear now?
Yes.
Yes, 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 yes.
It's clear, Miss Laila.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah, thank you. So let me just introduce myself.
Laila, unmute yourself, please.
Hello, Miss Laila, you need to unmute.
Now, yes, is it my voice is clear?
Yes, now it is.
Yes. Okay. So it was just unmuted for me. I don't know. So just I'm going to give just an introduction about the Sustainable Development Goals that are also known as the Global Goals, are a set of 17 integrated and interrelated goals to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that humanity enjoys peace and prosperity by 2030. In 2015, the United Nations set out 17 goals that are a blueprint to achieving a better and more sustainable future for us all, addressing the challenges our world and the people in it face on a daily basis. We are proud to be working with the global community of educators to advocate these global goals. So these are the global goals, as we know, but I just want to focus that I believe, and I think you agree with me, that they are interlinked. They are kind of interlinked because we can't empower women or any human being, a woman as a human being, men, whether men or men, to eradicate poverty, to advocate hunger, to advocate for zero hunger, also have a good well-being and health. So all these, I think, and I just focus that they are all integrated, interlinked. In what way? Every citizen has the right to safe drinking water, adequate sanitation, electricity, or other forms of energy, safe transport, waste collection, education, and health care provision of these basic services goes hand in hand with economic growth, social inclusion, poverty reduction, and equality. So as you have seen here in this diagram, so all the spheres, social, whether they are social or environmental or economical, so they are all interrelated. Why? Just here they are to empower men and women, but here because we are dealing with sustainable development goal number 5, gender equality. So let's focus on this goal. So women and girls everywhere must have equal rights and opportunity and be able to live free of violence and discrimination. Women's equality and empowerment is one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but also integral to all dimensions of inclusive and sustainable development. In short, all the SDGs, the global goals, depend on achieving the global number 5. As I heard one of the speakers say that men and men, and women. So the Eve, or they say the reference, this spiritual reference, woman is very important part of life. Yes, I'm hearing just some voices. Sorry, noise. Please mute your mics. Okay.
May I request the audience, please mute
Yes,
themselves?
yes, please.
I will
Give them my number.
Tell them.
Excuse me, the audience, will you please mute yourself? We cannot hear the speaker who's talking and sharing their. Miss Laila, please unmute yourself and speak.
Yes, you unmute me too. Okay, so here let me borrow this very, okay. Okay, am I audible here?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, yes, okay, because you unmute me. So here, let me borrow this very insightful quote that I find also inspiring by Basia Crest. In order to gain gender equality, women and men must work together equally to teach our daughters and sons to embrace our differences, respect each other's opinions, and remove stereotypes to what a girl or boy should aspire. So this is very inspiring because here we see male and female, boys and boys and daughters, boys and girls, son and daughters, and also men and women. So as the picture says. Now, the full participation and the partnership of of both men and women is required in productive and reproductive life, including shared responsibilities for the care and nurturing of children and maintenance of the household in all parts of the world. It doesn't mean that women produce lives and get pregnant, which means that okay, she is okay, stick to that role. The women are facing threats of their lives, health, and well-being as doing so. Of being okay, they which get pregnant, and so of course many abruption makes her risks her life as a result of being overburdened with the work, and the children sick to her and of their lack of power and influence. In most regions of the world, women receive less formal education than men, and at the same time, women's own knowledge, abilities, and coping mechanism often go unrecognized. So even I think, in my opinion, that when a woman try her best to achieve certain goals in her society, whether in education or in economy, I think she makes the double of the effort of men. I don't think if you agree with me or not, at least, but and it says and recognizable. It is not given her due rights. The power relations that impede women's attainment of healthy and fulfilling lives operate at many levels of society, from the most personal to the highly public. So here, let us discuss here. Look at this picture. I think it is very. I choose it. Why? Because I find it very inspiring. It says a lot. Gender roles. What do you notice? Gender roles. It is written in a machine. Okay, that is very old now. So it is written from a machine, produced from a writing machine that is very old, not a computer, not a tablet, not something that is new. We are not talking about innovative ideas. It is which innovative gadgets. We are talking about some machines that are not okay. They are too late. Okay, they are not updated anymore. That's why here the word, the paper is get out from that machine. So there are. It's talk about what stereotypes. Is there a gender role for male and okay a role for women? These are, I think, these are. We are here talking about social stereotypes. So personally, there are also there are personality traits. For example, women are often expected to be accomplishing or accommodating and emotional, when men are socially expected to be self-confident or aggressive. Why? So these are stereotypes in our minds, and also domestic behaviors. For example, some people expect that women will take care just of children, cook and clean at home, while men take care of finances, work on the car, on drive the car, and do the home repairs. Of course, in some societies, yes, it is they overcome that, but most of our societies, not just in the third world countries, but all over the world. Also, in terms of occupations, some people are quick to assume that teachers and nurses are women. Why that? And that's pilots, doctors, and engineers are men. I mean, I'm not talking about the reality, maybe what what has been achieved till now. No, so far, but in the minds, the mindset, we have to change the mindset. Also, physical appearance. For example, women are expected to be thin, graceful, while men are expected to be tall and muscular. Men and women are also expected to dress and groom in ways that are stereotypical to their gender. Men wearing pants and short hairstyles, women wearing dresses and makeup. So let's just stop, pause, and reconsider these ideas. Are they influencing her stops her empowerment to be very successful women? As we say in English, a picture says 1,000 words. Okay, look at here the word with the 15, and 15%. As I said here, the question, what does a woman need to achieve success and empowerment? Okay, this is my question. I have chosen to tackle this. Yeah, I think that there are three highlights, very mean to me. Of course, all the global goals are very important. All the sustainable development goals can help if we try to achieve them, okay, and make them right. Of course, we are going to empower women, okay? But I just focus on these three highlights. Which one? The first, if, for example, okay, look at the picture here. I think that, okay, in terms of health and well-being, good health and well-being, both physical health for women, okay, and in terms of getting pregnant, in terms of okay, all physical okay health, and also mental health, spiritually, psychologically. Why? Okay, sometimes okay, the burden on women at home, and if she is also a career woman, okay, gets a lot okay over her. So how can be okay be empowered okay in the society? Now the second axe, which is very important, which means education. Education is very important. It is the second highlight that I chose: access to appropriate education, and I focus on access to technology. Yes, okay, girls and women should have access to technology, knows all the updates on the platforms to be innovative. And since I am also, as I said, as okay, the presenter, thankfully, gratefully, she introduces me. Here I am. I do my best as a Microsoft educative expert trainer, master trainer, to train my students and other educators, female educators, to use the technology to be empowered girls and empowered women. And also another thing is the professional development. She knows she must be professionally developed in terms for the for having a good opportunity for job. And the last highlight that I also say that is enjoy and have rise in equal what? Equal pays, equal jobs and careers, equal salaries and wages. So of course they have, look at here this picture, equal education, boys and girls, men and women, they have equal education in our universities, in our schools, but in our educational institutes, whether formal or informal or non-formal, but they do not have equal pay. Why is that? It's a question to be asked. Okay, and let's okay, see here this picture also. I say here this slide. It's often said that in here now let's talk about marriage and the relation between men and women. It's often said that in marriage women are the heart of the home while men are the head. It is, yes, it is a stereotype, but though some see this is an image that demons women, reducing them to a subordinate role, it's actually a beautiful analogy that points to the truth that both husband and men, or men or women, companions are necessary for the proper functioning of a household. The head can't exist without the heart can't exist without the head, the whole body can't exist without both. Same is it with the whole society. Okay, here I think for me is the best solution. Okay, to empower women is achieving the gender equality is in education. So I said again and again, it's for education. That's why I okay brought to you some practices, because I am before all I am an educator, I am a teacher. So I have my domain is the classroom with the kids, with the students. So here, this is my class. Usually, I try to focus on celebrating some national or international celebration, like okay, the international non-violence against women. Okay, here we make posters. Look at, this is my classroom. We make posters. Students make drawings, and we discuss. They make plays, and also we work. So because I believe that learning is by doing. So here my students made creatively this wheel of the sustainable development okay goals. It is very beautiful, as you say. Here there are some okay presentations, sorry, the plays that my students actually performed in class, and they make a video okay on it, because it's not time to show you the video, but I just take the pictures that my students do in display, talking about why girls clean, why do okay just does give the violence, why just the girls or the boy okay the women do the house chores. Now, also in my classroom, here is me with my students, okay, drawing, making some very beautiful, okay, writing here, violence against women, non-violence against women. Also here, as you see, making this beautiful wheel. And very, very important to make students use this technology using their laptops, using the Microsoft programs and tools to present what they can, and most of all, communication. They can make a girl communicate, talk about her famous ladies. Here we talked about gender equality, number 5, but also we talked about famous Moroccan ladies in history. What have they done to be kind of idols to them. Also, drawing and discussing, okay, group discussing, pair discussing. It is very important in class to share, to make the awareness for our students to, make them, aware, whether they are boys or girls. And another thing that I made as an activity as a teacher with my students is we have a project, my project of culture exchange, PELPAL project. It was, it is in fact exchanging letters, postcards, and also emails to be more innovative. Here some letters, cards we received from our another school, a teacher and her students from Taiwan. They are, and another culture exchange with Russia. Here we received, in our mail post office here, the package, to know about, also share our identity and share ideas, speak with the word, to be open with the word. Here, as I say, we use technology for students to speak about the sustainable development goals, especially here, as you say, the global number 5, gender equality. And here again, this is a culture exchange. That is here all the countries that we were able to exchange with during these, let me say, more than 7 years ago. And I finish with this. I say here also I engaged with my students who to code in, to be very innovative, to make a girl innovative, use technology. So here girls can code too, because there is also a stereotype that just smart technology can just really done just by boys. So is it right? No, girls can also code, can using here whether Microsoft technology or other technologies, but using coding. And here at the end, because we also celebrated the International Women's Day, my students make beautiful presents for us, for me, a present here with my name. That is, I'm grateful to them. And we celebrated here because they give me a present because they value me as a teacher, as a female teacher, not just their teacher, but here to give them this awareness and this sense of being, and thinking. Thank you for your attention. I hope my presentation was light for you and to the point. Not
it was.
okay.
And,
yes.
definitely
Thank you.
Picture, like you said, a picture says 1,000 words. I think it said more than 1,000 words. And yes, we will fight this age-old, the gender stereotypes. And all these pictures are showing how you're progressing. And the medium of education is definitely going to help us in this. So thank you so much, Miss Lela. It was fantastic. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I know it's past time. It's already about 8:35 in India and Indian Standard Time. So let's make this move a little faster.
Yes, please, can you stop the sharing for me?
I would now quickly like to invite Dr. Professor Suraya Banu from India. She's an MPhil, CS, MSc, IT, MA English Literature, a PG, GCSE Business, Bachelor of Science, M, Adib Urdu, wow, Assistant Professor in Computer Science, Bhilai Mahila Mahavidyalaya in Bhilai Nagar. She's a beautiful human being, and I also know one thing, that she's a wonderful poet. So over to you, Dr. Professor Suraya Banu. I know you're a wonderful poet. I couldn't resist saying that. So a big welcome, and let's hear your thoughts.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. I start. Gender equality is more than a goal in itself. It is a precondition for meeting the challenge of reducing poverty, promoting sustainable development, and building good governance. लैंगिक समानता अपने आप में एक लक्ष्य से बढ़कर है। यह गरीबी को कम करने, सतत विकास को बढ़ावा देने और सुशासन के निर्माण की चुनौती को पूरा करने के एक पूर्व शर्त है, according in the words of Kofi Annan. What does gender equality means and what is its importance? Gender equality is when people of all genders have equal rights, responsibility, and opportunities, but everyone is affected by gender inequality. Women, men, trans, and gender diverse people, children, and families. It impacts people of all ages and backgrounds. The main point of gender equality is require equal enjoyment by women and men of socially valued goods, opportunities, resources, and rewards. Where gender inequality exists, it is generally women who are excluded or disadvantaged in relation to decision making and access to economic and social resources. The five top issues of gender inequality in our workplace are unequal pay, sexual harassment, racism. Women are promoted less than men and fear to asking to pay what you are worth. A nice line said, freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression. स्वतंत्रता तब तक प्राप्त नहीं की जा सकती जब तक महिलाओं को सभी प्रकार के उत्पीड़न से मुक्त नहीं किया जाता. We can change the world and make it is a better place. It is in your hands to make a difference. This is said by Nelson Mandela. Then how can we promote equality? Identify and prevent unconscious bias, put equality policies in place, mind your language, use objective criteria, get advice if needed, watch out for indirect discrimination. And what are the social inequalities? The social inequalities is an area within psychology that focus on the distribution of goods and burdens in society. And the main causes of social inequalities are unemployment or having a poor quality job, as this limits access to a decent income and cuts people off from social networks. Low level of education and skill, because this limits pupils' ability to access decent job to develop themselves and participate fully in society. The major example of social inequalities include income gap, gender inequality, healthcare, and social class. A nice line said by Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, I measure the progress of a community, the progress made by the women of that community. मैं एक ऐसे समुदाय की प्रगति मैं किसी समुदाय की प्रगति उस समुदाय की महिलाओं ने जो प्रगति की है उस हासिल की है उससे नापता हो. And the last, how can we stop gender inequality? Creating awareness for gender equality in our villages, cities, nearby areas, society, promoting human rights by supporting media events for girl and women, complaining to the police if we witness of any sex determination test, and taking strict action against gender inequality. And last, I want to share a nice line said by our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. Individual efforts can bring excellence, but only collective efforts can deliver effectively. Thanks a lot. Thank you, madam, for giving us such a beautiful opportunity on this moment. Thank you.
Wonderful, Dr. Surai. No, that was wonderful. Your poetry was marvelous. The last line by Prime Minister Modi ji, again, on quality education, again, remarkable. And as such, he drove the point home very well about gender equality. Thought-provoking points and very well meant and very significant. Thank you. You were wonderful as always.
Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen.
Alka, we will go to the next speaker. No video. Now, next speaker.
No video? All right.
I must tell to Ambassador Suraya, wonderful like always. Congratulations and congratulations to all our wonderful speakers today. So our apologize if we are going little over time because we can't stop
our speakers, because they are talking very things what we need, and we can't tell somebody you must finish your speech. So our apologizes.
Thank you, Nada. And I'm going to now call our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen. A beautiful, beautiful human being I'm going to be calling now. This is Achla Bhupendra Suthar. Is she there, Nada? Is Achla there?
I don't know. She's not
okay.
here. No, no.
Okay, I will call the next one. Now, the next one is a wonderful woman that I know, very proactive indeed. She is a BCom graduate. She's a career counselor. Dream Achievers is her baby, a highly motivational speaker, a beautiful human being. Please welcome on the virtual stage, Mrs. Sonia Suresh Achantani. Let's hear your power thoughts, Sonia ji.
Thank you, Alka ma'am. Thank you so much. You've been a lovely moderator. It's been a lovely evening hearing to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the introduction, ma'am. It was a wonderful introduction given by you. Before I start with my topic today, I would also like to thank International Internship University, Nada ma'am, Rabia ma'am, and the complete team who has been behind organizing this event. It's been a beautiful platform for all of us to share our thoughts and views. Well, the goal that I have to speak today is goal number 5, sustainable development goal number 5. Well, my co-speakers and my friends have given lots and lots of inputs. There's hardly anything left for me to speak on. But yes, I would like to share a very few things without taking much time. Well, we have been seeing a journey of women from our old days where our reformers really fought for us. They fought for our basic education rights. They fought for getting us the abolition of sati system, widow remarriage. We've seen lots of evils happening around us. And our reformers really did great. And thanks to them, that today we have a good society for us, where we as women are recognized as a face of the society. We really need to thank them for it. If it was not them who had fought for us, today we would not be here and speaking on it. Apart from it, what I would like to say is we've heard lots in the society. People speak very big, very nice, but when it comes to put words into actions, there is a back foot. Many people don't come forward. Why? Because they are in a society which is male dominated. They are in a society where it is not allowed to bring girls in front. But why? Aren't we living in a democratic country? Don't we say we have freedom? Don't we say we are in a free India? Then analyze yourself. Are we really free? Are we really into a democratic environment? No, friends, sorry. We have only got free from the slavery of British rule, not from the slavery of community and society. We are still slaves to them. It will be freedom for us when we come out of it. Uplift women, give them their rights, basic rights, make them understand that this is what you need to voice out for. So let's bring out those things in them. Let's bring that energy. See, we all have a Kalpana Chawla in ourselves. We have a Smriti Irani. We have lots and lots of women as examples. All of us are within us. We only need to enlighten us. We only need to bring that out with good and perfect confidence in us. So they say that it starts from home. Charity begins at home. Yes, it begins. So let's educate our children. Let's teach them how to respect each other, be it a boy or a girl. In school also, we need to give equal opportunities to the students. We cannot say you're a girl, you can't do this, you're a boy, you can take this liberty. No, the school platform is equal for both of them. They both have come there to learn. So they should be given an equal platform. Today, if we are giving them an equal platform at home and in school, believe me, the workplace is going to be a better place to work for them because they have already done their basics. They have learned what they have to do. So they will respect the lady over there. And today, when we talk about women, there are no promotions. There is less wages for them. Why? When they are equal on the platform, when they are equally working the same number of hours, then why are we paid less? Why can't we voice it out? Believe me, friends, we can do it and we should do it. We will pledge together that we will make the change and we will see to it that this goal is achieved by all of us together as a team. Before I end, I would only like to say one thing, that together, when we are educating a man, we educate an individual, but we educate a lady, we educate a family, we educate a complete generation. So let's keep that in mind and light the lamps for education and women empowerment. Thank you.
Very empowering, Sonia ji. That was very, very empowering. All of us are within us. And the fact that you said that we educate a girl, we educate the entire world. I think that it goes up to that extent. And that is the kind of power that women have. So nobody should ever try to underestimate that. I'm sorry, but that is the truth and the only truth. So thank you. Thank you. You were wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very succinct and very articulate. I just loved it. All right. Next up, we have, ladies and gentlemen, a master's in business administration from Boston University. She is the founder president of Srishti Bharat Foundation, which empowers women nationally as well as internationally. We have with us, ladies and gentlemen, Anar Mehta from India. May we have you on the virtual stage, please, Anar Mehta? Miss Anar Mehta? I did see her. Nada, is she not there?
No, I don't see her. No, I don't see her.
All right. Now let me go to our next speaker. Now our next speaker is a lovely lady who believes in passion with compassion. That is her mantra for success in life. She is a possibilitarian, a psychology and human resources head, a TEDx speaker. Miss Gauri Das is an engineer turned HR professional who has a key in human psychology. She is a strategic HR leader with 15 plus years of experience in crafting and aligning HR strategy with business goals. She carries a wealth of experience with both startups as well as well-established organizations. She loves high energy, and I love high energy too, and a growth-focused environment. It will be a pleasure to her listening to your thoughts, Ms. Gauri Das, and I am definitely looking forward to them. And you've got a fantastic smile. Always keep smiling. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Alka, for that gracious introduction. And yes, we all love high energy. Though I'm last speaker and lot has been said already, I would still like to share what's happening in corporates and how, as a women, as a society, we can help each other to move forward. So for me, the formula is simple. The formula is SAS, SAS. Now, what is S here? S is self-leadership. We need to be CEO, chief, captain, everything of our life, as Peter Drucker says. And that is when we would be telling the world that we are ready. We need to get that position which all the men are holding currently. And it doesn't stop here. It's not only about women, it's also about all the genders that we can think of. And everybody has to take care of their own progress, own growth. How would this happen? How would we achieve self-leadership? So there are very simple tools to do it. And first thing starts from self-awareness. How much do we know ourselves? Because once we start knowing ourselves, things become easier. We know what is our strength and we can leverage it. Though as a society, especially in India, it's always told that you need to work on your weakness and you have to get rid of your weakness. But the fact is, if we play with our strength and make our weakness workable, we will be much more successful. So work on your self-awareness, seek feedback, do reflections. If you succeeded in something, how did you do it? What worked well for you? If you could not achieve something, what did not go well and what can be done better next time? And Harvard University research says that only 5% people or 10% people are actually self-aware. So this is one thing which we have to really work towards if we want to create that mark for ourselves. Self-leadership, self-awareness is the first thing. And once we know who we are, what is our strength, we start with developing ourselves, seeking help from mentors, seeking help from coaches, learning, continuous learning, learning agility, and thinking that our destiny is in our own hands. So this is S from SAS. Now that we are ready with self-leadership, let's move to A. A is ask, because if you don't ask, the answer is always no. Now, I have seen such instances in corporates that women will come and they will say, please give me a favor and please promote me. I have been with the company for 5 years or 6 years or whatever. No, that is not the right thing to do. You have to bring up data, because business understands only the language of data. You have to speak business language and you have to bring up what value have you added. If you can tell that, nobody can stop your promotion, nobody can stop your growth. Now, like Rabia said, and some of the earlier speaker also said, our emotions are strength. We are not weak emotionally. We have our emotions and we can use them to the right place. Emotional intelligence, EQ, emotional quotient, is most important thing when we have to succeed. So as a woman, if we have to empower ourselves and achieve this gender diversity, we have to start asking. This is about work. At home also, we have to ask for help. We have to tell men of the home that we are also working, we are also supporting financially or trying to achieve our dreams. And as a family, everybody has to support. And like other speakers said, that everyone has to come forward. Sons also have to come forward and support, so they know that it's not only daughter's responsibility, and tomorrow we have a better world. So this is A from SAS, and final S is society. Now, who is holding the highest level positions? It's men everywhere. It's not only in India. In India, there are only 3.4% women who are CEOs. But even if we look at global 500s, it's just 4.7%. So who is holding the position? Men are holding the position, and that's where men have to come forward. They have to support women. Now, how would they do that? They will become sponsors for women. If there's someone in the room who asks women to shut down because they think they are not adding value, they have to be stopped. They have to do fair appraisals. They have to use data to evaluate and not their unconscious biases. So men have to become advisor, men have to become support and sponsors for women at work and at home also. When they see that women are trying to achieve something, they are doing something, don't push them down. Because I have seen in corporates, when you try for returnee programs, women returnee programs, women will join, but the family has become habituated and they have this habit of getting everything done by the women. So once women starts going out and she starts working, in a short while, the family would not be happy about it because they have to do things on their own and they will pull her back. The drop percentage is around 30% for women returnees. So you try to break those shackles, you move forward, but you had to take a step back because your family, society is not supportive. So these three things, self-leadership, we have to be ready for ourselves first so that nobody can tell that you are being favored. Because people tell us there is a reservation for women. It's not about reservation. I have the ability. I have my own self-leadership. I keep learning. Second A is ask, because answer is no if you don't ask. So you have to ask, you have to get your rights. And finally, society, men, women, everyone have to help each other. And women helping women is totally seen nowadays. It's enlightening to see how many women-centric circles are there and women have their back. So women have already taken steps to help each other. Now it's time for men also to take more steps and overall society as well. Thank you so much.
I would say that was wonderful. I mean, and you're not the last speaker, by the way. We still have one more after you, but I love this take on, what was this S, and especially the ask part. I think asking is very empowering. If we don't ask, we're never going to learn anything. I mean, we're never going to know about ourselves. And I think we shouldn't be scared of appraisals and feedbacks. And we should always give a lot of time to introspection and reflections. Very rightly said, very very aptly said, and I loved your energy. And thank you for all that. It was, again, like I said, brevity is the soul of the wit. And that's exactly what it came across as. Fantastic. And now, last but definitely not the least, a very sweet name and a very sweet woman. We have with us Miss Rima Ganesh from India. She is a senior secretary coordinator at the Hosur Public School. So let's welcome her. And I'm sure there's going to be something that we're going to learn from her, which is not going to be like anything that we've heard before. That's for sure. There she is. Oh, a lovely yellow sari and with polka dot blouse. Absolutely amazing. Wonderful. A big welcome, and let's share your thoughts now.
Thank you, Alka Mahajan. Wonderful, wonderful. A warm namaste to all from India. I am honored to be on this platform on behalf of Hosur Public School, India. Can you please kindly share? I would like if you can give me Educator Rama to share the screen. I am in two devices. Educator Rama, EDU, because I'm on a system. Can you please make me the co-host? Educator Rama as the co-host.
I think that you can share it. Try, please.
I am able to. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt you. I am leaving this meeting. Sorry.
There is a drastic decrease of crime and violence against women globally, except few situations currently happening in countries like Afghanistan. Honor killing, female feticide, illiteracy among girls, child marriage, and many more to mention. There are so many females who are facing it. Even though women's rights are not exercised in some Asian, Middle East, and African countries, changes are coming for sure in the coming years, which will be surely achieved by this SDG goal number 5 by 2030. Don't frame gender equality as only as a women's issue. As a woman living in India with all the fundamental rights, I am proud to say the nation is growing and the Indian government is giving all the privileges for women that is equal to men. So in short, gender equality in India is 90% excised. There is a hidden truth. Every professional woman is also a responsible mother, a caring wife, who also carries the burden of uplifting a family along with a man. As an example of gender equality, I like to proudly inform that our Indian government has given permanent commissioning of women serving in defense force as equal to male officers. Myself being an example, have applied for Territorial Army of Indian Defense Force, which has recently started accepting applications of female candidates up to the age of 42. Women-led initiatives to improve education. The admission for study of medicine in India is conducted through NEET education every year. Due to the current pandemic situation, many students who have completed their higher secondary with a dream of becoming a doctor could not pursue their pre-examination coaching. This is where, as a woman, I am spending 4 hours a day in giving free coaching for the national level medical examination training for 56 students. I am proudly enjoying my gender equality rights as a woman in India through the support of my family and co-citizens. Like the way I am enjoying my rights equal to a man in my country, I wish the same equality for women should be exercised globally. Many organizations comprising of global women inspirers should be formed in order to bring social justice and women empowerment all around the globe. Next, I would like to bring to light child marriage. Child marriage are still prevalent in Asian and African countries. Social organizations And NGOs in such countries should pressurize the local governing authority to abolish such brutality at the earliest phase to support such organizations and NGOs. We women globally should have our own organizations so that the women around the globe enjoy the same breath of air happily. I would like to quote few lines. She thinks of holding a pencil. Don't let her hold a rolling pin. She thinks of wearing. Don't let her wear a wedding dress. Her education should be her adornment. Don't let her wear a Mangal suit. She thinks of sharing her tiffin box with her class fellows. Don't let her make it for others. She needs to rest her mother's arm. Don't compel her to be the one. Allow her to see the hues. Allow her to see her wings. She is born to rule in a kingdom. Don't constrain her to live in a fence. Next, with pain, I would like to mention dowry system. Dowry system is still prevalent in India. Even though there is a strong law against dowry, the woman family is bound to pay men. Many NGOs and organizations are still working to find a solution to abolish the dowry system. The same is mentioned in every school books. Dowry is illegal, but yet followed in India. Who is more responsible for the dowry, the giver or the taker? As quoted by our father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi, any young man who makes dowry a condition to marriage discredits his education and his country and dishonors womanhood. Gender equality in education requires unbiased curriculum and textbooks. To facilitate gender-responsive instructions, curriculum and textbooks should be free from gender bias and promote equality in gender relations. How students perceive themselves and how they project their role in the society is shaped to some extent by what they experience at school, including by how they are presented in textbooks. Both government and civil society can act to reduce textbook biases. The Human Rights Council has made it clear that to periodically review and revise curriculum, textbooks, programs, and teaching methods to ensure that they do not perpetuate harmful gender stereotypes. Last but not the least, don't diminish women contributors. The best part of this conference is all the alluring personalities are women speakers raising their voice for gender equality. We are all participants from 150 countries representing our nation. Why can't we choose this platform to build a global network of women for the uplifting of women's rights and for a freedom equal to man? Human rights are women's rights and women's rights are human rights. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Fantastic. Human rights are women's rights and women's rights are human rights. So powerful, so energetic. And you talked about the bionic woman roles that we women, actually go. I love that picture where there was a woman, she had 6 things, she was multitasking. She is definitely a bionic woman. And I love the fact that you correlated it with the image of our poster, because all of the speakers, amazing personalities, her excellencies have been women over here. Thank you so much. Reema-ji, it was fantastic and lovely. With that, I think all the speakers have had their share. I mean, we've heard such power talks, amazing deliberations, and this could go on, but then the thing is, all good things must come to an end. I now need to hand over this virtual stage to my lovely friend, Radha. Radha, the stage is yours now. And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure moderating this session for all of you. Thank you. Take care of yourselves and keep smiling.
Thank you, Mrs. Alka, on this wonderful session and wonderful moderating. So now, before our end, I would like to call one special woman a one woman who is a head of the Department International of SDG Search and Development and Training, a woman who was a leader of big Iiu Sattva project. I'm calling Mrs. Dr. Kalyani Rao. Kalyani, stage is yours.
Thank you, Nada. Greetings to all. Thank you, Iiu, for giving this opportunity of meeting you all through this vote of thanks on the 6th day of International SDG Conference 2021 and goal number 5, gender equality. According to me, the solution for today's topic in essence is simple. Every woman can educate their children with effective knowledge and proper human rights, ethics, and how along with Swarna Bhargava and women empowerment since a decade by supporting women of the society to become an individual entrepreneur and in many aspects of their social needs. Now I would like to thank our Honorable Trustee, all the co-founders of Iiu, President Advisory Council, Country Director India, and all the advisory board members of Iiu for creating this great global platform by welcoming this global eminence efficient minds here. On behalf of Iiu, appreciating all the team members of International SDG Conference 2021 for this great spirit of organizing a global talk on all 17 SDGs. Especially appreciating my good friend, Ms. Nada, for her dedication, concentration, coordination along with the team, and wishing her that all these efforts will give her the best results for next following days of this conference. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Kalyani. Now we come to the end of our session, and our ALCA was starting this event and our ALCA will finish this event. So ALCA, please, the stage is yours at the end.
Okay, so what an amazing information learning. Like I said at the very beginning, that, you know, life is a miraculous journey of learning, and more learning. And I think there were so many thoughts exchanged over here today, and everyone must have taken and written down. I think I made a lot of notes, you know, while everybody was speaking, and I'm sure everyone did the same. And I think we just added to our knowledge, and this will go a long way in actually working towards gender equality, because though they say that this lines by Robert Frost, you know, the woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep and miles to go before I speak. We all have miles to go before we actually reach the gender equality target. But all of us with this kind of spirit and this kind of, you know, team spirit, I would say, and the fact that all of us are so aware and all of us are so determined to bring this change in the world and to make it a beautiful place, that we will definitely get there. And I had some of our friends saying that I'm very optimistic about it. I think all of us are very optimistic about the fact that we are definitely going to make this world a beautiful place by ensuring gender equality for each and every one. With those power words, lots of love to all of you. Keep smiling, keep learning, keep growing, and hasta mañana till we meet again. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Big applause to everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Thank
Take care. Lots of love. Bye.